Story 1. My stepmother tried to charge me rent in my dad's house without knowing that I was the real owner. I was 8 years old when my mom died. Breast cancer. It happened fast, like way faster than anyone expected. One day, she was complaining about being tired, and 6 months later, we were picking out her casket. I don't remember a lot from that time, honestly. My brain kind of blocked most of it out, which my therapist says is normal. What I do remember is my dad sitting on the edge of my bed the night after the funeral, crying so hard he couldn't breathe, and me patting his back like I was the parent and he was the kid. My grandparents, mom's parents, sold their house 2 weeks later, just like that. They'd lived in this little ranch-style place in the suburbs for 30 years, and they gave it up without even blinking. They bought this massive property in one of the nice neighborhoods in Boston, the kind with old trees lining the streets and houses that look like they belong in magazines. It had 6 bedrooms, which seemed insane at the time, but my grandfather said they needed the space. What he meant was they needed to save us. Moving in together was weird at first. My dad was barely functional, just going through the motions of existing. He'd forget to eat unless someone put food directly in front of him. He'd wear the same shirt 3 days in a row. My grandmother basically took over everything. Cooking, cleaning, making sure I got to school on time, helping with homework. My grandfather handled the practical stuff like bills and yard work and fixing things that broke. They created this bubble around us. This safe little world where we could fall apart without everything actually falling apart. We developed routines. Sunday morning pancakes with my grandmother. Wednesday night movie marathons with my grandfather while my dad worked late. Every night before bed, we'd go to Mom's memorial corner in the living room. This beautiful shelf my grandfather built with her photos and some of her favorite things, and we'd tell her about our day. Sounds cheesy, but it helped. It made her feel less gone. The first 2 years were the hardest. I'd see other kids with their moms at school events and just want to disappear. Birthdays were brutal. Holidays were worse. But my grandparents were always there, steady and solid, and refusing to let us drown in the sadness. My dad slowly came back to himself. He started smiling again, laughing at my grandfather's terrible jokes, actually engaging with life instead of just surviving it. By the time I was 10, things felt almost normal, different from before, obviously. There was this mom-shaped hole that nothing could fill, but we'd built something new around it. The house stopped feeling so empty. My dad started talking about the future again, making plans, setting goals. He threw himself into his work, which I guess was his way of coping. He traveled a lot for conferences and meetings, but he always came home. We were his anchor. Then one night, about a month after my 10th birthday, he sat us all down in the living room. He had this nervous energy, fidgeting with his hands, not quite meeting anyone's eyes. My grandmother noticed immediately. She had this radar for emotional disturbances. She sat down her tea and gave him this look that said, "Whatever you're about to say, just say it." Dad cleared his throat. "I met someone," he said, "in Chicago at the medical device conference last month." The room went completely silent. My grandfather's newspaper crinkled as he lowered it. My grandmother's face did this complicated thing where it tried to look supportive, but you could see the concern underneath. I just sat there on the carpet, confused about why this felt like bad news when it was supposed to be good news. "Her name is Angela," Dad continued, talking faster now like he needed to get it all out before he lost his nerve. "She's brilliant. She works in medical sales. She has 2 kids, a son who's 19 and a daughter who's 16. We've been talking every day since we met. And I know this is fast, but I really think this could be something special." Special. That word echoed in my head. Mom had been special. What we had here in this house with my grandparents holding us together, that was special. This felt like something else entirely. But I was 10 years old. What did I know? 6 months. That's how long it took for Dad to go from, "I met someone," to "we're getting married." 6 months of phone calls every night, weekend trips to Chicago, and Angela visiting our house with her kids. My grandparents were polite about it, painfully polite, but I could see the worry in their eyes every time Dad announced another visit. Angela was beautiful in that calculated way some women are. Perfect hair, perfect makeup, designer clothes that probably cost more than my entire wardrobe. She smiled a lot, but it never quite reached her eyes. Her son was this brooding 19-year-old who spent the entire first visit on his phone, and her daughter barely looked up from her tablet long enough to say hello. They didn't seem particularly interested in getting to know us, which should have been the first red flag. The second red flag was how Angela kept commenting on the house. "This is quite the property," she'd say, walking through the rooms like she was doing an inspection. "Must be worth a fortune in this neighborhood." Or, "Your father-in-law has excellent taste in real estate." She'd run her fingers along the furniture, peer into closets, ask weird questions about property taxes and home insurance. My grandmother noticed. She didn't say anything directly, but I'd catch her and my grandfather having these whispered conversations in the kitchen that stopped the moment anyone else entered. Dad was oblivious. He was so caught up in feeling alive again, in having someone pay attention to him, that he couldn't see what the rest of us saw. When my grandfather gently suggested maybe slowing down, taking more time, Dad got defensive. "You just don't want me to be happy," he said, which was so unfair it made my grandmother cry. They wanted him happy. They just wanted him smart about it. The wedding happened at City Hall on a rainy Thursday in October. It was small, just immediate family and a couple of Dad's colleagues. Angela wore white, which my grandmother sighed at but didn't comment on. Her kids looked bored throughout the entire ceremony. I wore the dress my mom had bought me for Easter the year before she died and spent most of the reception trying not to think about how wrong everything felt. They moved into our house the following weekend. Angela didn't ask if this was okay. Didn't suggest maybe looking for a new place together where everyone could start fresh. She just arrived with moving trucks and started directing where furniture should go. "We'll need to make some changes," she announced, surveying the living room with a critical eye. "This space has so much potential, but it needs updating." My grandfather's jaw tightened. "This house belongs," he started, but my grandmother put a hand on his arm. Later, I heard her tell him they needed to give it time, that Dad had the right to make his own choices, that interfering would only push him away. I think she believed Angela would show her true colors eventually, and Dad would see sense. What none of us realized was how long eventually would take. The changes started small. A new throw pillow here, a different centerpiece there. Angela rearranged the kitchen cabinets to make things more efficient. She replaced our family photos on the mantel with generic art prints she'd ordered online. Each alteration felt like a tiny eraser of Mom's presence. A slow, systematic removal of everything that made this house ours. Her kids claimed the two nicest guest bedrooms without asking. They left wet towels on the floor, played loud music at night, helped themselves to food without offering to cook or clean up. My dad's stepson crashed his car 2 weeks after moving in, drove it straight into a telephone pole while texting, and my dad just bought him a new one. No consequences, no conversation about responsibility, just a replacement vehicle and a pat on the back. I came home from school on a Tuesday in March, I was 12 then, to find Angela in the attic with garbage bags, plural, multiple giant black bags already filled and tied shut, sitting by the stairs. She was humming while she worked, pulling things out of boxes and making snap decisions about their fate. "What are you doing?" I asked, my stomach already dropping because I knew. Somehow I just knew. "Spring cleaning," she said brightly, wiping dust off her hands. This attic was a disaster. I swear people just accumulate so much junk over the years. But don't worry, I'm donating most of it. Someone else can get use out of all this old stuff. Old stuff. I walked over to the nearest bag and opened it. Mom's Christmas ornaments stared back at me. The ones she'd made by hand. Ceramic angels she'd painted when she was pregnant with me. The felt snowmen with button eyes. The wooden nativity set her mother had given her. All of it thrown away like trash. "These aren't junk," I said, my voice shaking. "These were my mom's." Angela waved a dismissive hand. "Honey, they were taking up space. Nobody's used them in years. Besides, we bought all new decorations last Christmas. Remember? Much nicer ones." I opened another bag. Mom's clothes. The sweater she wore every fall because it was soft and smelled like vanilla. The dress she wore to my kindergarten graduation. the jacket with the broken zipper she kept meaning to fix. I pulled out a photo album and flipped through it. Mom's entire pregnancy. My first year of life, holidays, birthdays, all documented in careful detail with her handwriting in the margins. "Where are the rest of the albums?" I demanded. "Already in the donation bags by the garage," Angela said, not even looking up from the box she was currently destroying. Honestly, who needs 5 photo albums? Everyone has phones now. I ran downstairs and outside. 6 more bags sat by the garage door, already loaded into her car. I ripped them open one after another. Mom's jewelry, her books with notes in the margins, the quilt her grandmother had made, the ceramic vase she'd gotten on her honeymoon, her recipe cards with splatters and stains from actual use, letters from my dad during their courtship, my baby blanket, my first pair of shoes. Everything. She'd thrown away everything. My grandparents got home 20 minutes later to find me sitting in the driveway surrounded by open bags, crying so hard I couldn't catch my breath. My grandmother's face went absolutely white when she saw what Angela had done. My grandfather made a sound I'd never heard before, something between a growl and a gasp. Dad was called home from work. Angela played the victim beautifully. She was just trying to help. She thought she was being useful. Nobody had told her those things were important. She couldn't possibly have known. How was she supposed to understand the significance of random boxes in the attic? "They were in the attic," my grandfather said, his voice dangerously quiet, "in clearly labeled boxes. Boxes that said your late wife's name on them." "I was trying to modernize," Angela protested, actual tears forming now. "This house is stuck in the past. It's not healthy. Everyone needs to move forward." My grandmother said something then that I'll never forget. "You don't get to decide when we're done grieving." Dad stood there looking torn, literally turning between his wife and his daughter and his in-laws, trying to keep everyone happy and failing spectacularly. In the end, he asked for peace. Just peace. Could everyone please just try to get along? Angela hadn't meant any harm. She'd apologize and be more careful next time. We'd save what was left and keep it safe. Everything would be fine. But it wasn't fine. We'd recovered maybe half of Mom's things. The rest were gone. Donated to some thrift store where strangers would paw through the remnants of her life without knowing what they meant. And I learned something important that day. My feelings, my grief, my memories, they were all less important than keeping Angela comfortable. That was the new rule of the house. The chore situation started gradually, the way poisonous things usually do. First, it was just helping with dishes after dinner, which seemed reasonable. Then, it was dishes plus wiping down the counters. Then, it was the entire kitchen cleanup while Angela's daughter sat in the living room watching videos on her laptop. By the time I was 14, I was responsible for cleaning all the bathrooms, doing my own laundry plus the household towels, vacuuming the entire first floor, and helping with meal prep. My dad's stepson, who was 21 by then and still living at home rent-free, did absolutely nothing. His excuse was that he was focusing on his athletic training, which apparently meant going to the gym 3 times a week and playing video games the rest of the time. My stepsister, who was 18 and in community college, was supposedly too busy with school to contribute. Never mind that I was taking advanced placement classes and had a heavier course load than she did. Whenever my grandparents pointed out the disparity, Angela had an excuse ready. Her son had potential. He needed to concentrate on his fitness goals. Her daughter was delicate. She couldn't handle stress. She needed support during this transitional period. And me? I was being taught responsibility. Character building, Angela called it, life skills. The inspection system started when I was 15. Angela would run her finger along the top of door frames, checking for dust. She'd use a paper towel to wipe the inside rim of the toilets I'd cleaned, looking for any trace of residue. She'd open the refrigerator and comment if items weren't arranged to her liking. If she found anything, and she always found something, I'd have to redo the entire task while she supervised. Meanwhile, my stepsister's room looked like a tornado had hit it. Clothes everywhere, food wrappers on the floor, dishes growing mold on her nightstand. My stepbrother's room smelled so bad my grandmother refused to walk past it with the door open. But bringing this up only resulted in another lecture about how I shouldn't compare myself to others, how everyone contributed differently, how I needed to focus on my own behavior. My grandparents tried to help. They'd sneak in and do things before Angela noticed they needed doing. They'd take over cooking dinner to give me a break. They offered repeatedly to hire a cleaning service, but Angela always refused. "We don't need strangers in the house," she'd say. What she meant was, "We have free labor right here." When I turned 16, I got a job at a coffee shop, partly for money, partly for escape. Angela was not pleased. "Your grades better not suffer," she warned. "And you still need to keep up with your chores. Having a job doesn't excuse you from family responsibilities." Family responsibilities. That's rich, considering her kids contributed nothing but mess and expense. My stepbrother wrecked his second car that year, drove it into a ditch while drunk, and my dad bailed him out of the DUI charge and bought him another vehicle. My stepsister failed half her classes and needed a private tutor that cost $300 an hour. But I needed to work minimum wage and scrub toilets to learn responsibility. I worked 3 shifts a week after school and all day Saturday. I'd come home exhausted, muscles aching, smelling like coffee and cleaning products, and Angela would be waiting with a list. The laundry needed folding, the floors needed mopping, the bathrooms needed attention. And could I please do it quickly because guests were coming over tomorrow and the house needed to look presentable? Her kids would walk past me while I worked, not even acknowledging my existence. They'd drop their dishes in the sink, leave their shoes in the middle of the hallway, drag mud across the floors I just cleaned. And when I pointed it out, I was being difficult, causing problems, not being a team player. My grandmother pulled me aside one night after Angela had spent 20 minutes berating me for missing a spot on the bathroom mirror. "This isn't right," she whispered. "You know that, don't you? What she's doing to you isn't normal or fair." I knew. I'd known for a while. But what could I do about it? I was 16 years old with nowhere else to go. My grandmother had a heart attack on a Sunday morning in October. She was making her famous cinnamon rolls, my mom's recipe actually, when she just collapsed. My grandfather found her on the kitchen floor and called for help. But by the time the ambulance arrived, it was too late. She died at the hospital an hour later with all of us around her. I held her hand while the machines beeped their final rhythm. I was 16 years old and watching my last connection to my mother slip away. The funeral was huge. My grandmother had been beloved in the community, involved in charity work and book clubs and neighborhood associations. People I'd never met came up to tell me stories about her kindness. But all I could think about was how alone I felt. My grandfather looked like he'd aged 20 years overnight. Dad was devastated. Even Angela seemed genuinely sad, which almost made me feel bad for disliking her. Almost. My grandfather only lasted 3 months. The doctor said it was pneumonia, but I knew better. He died of a broken heart. They'd been married for 47 years. He'd loved my grandmother since they were teenagers. Without her, he just gave up. He stopped eating properly, stopped taking his medication, stopped caring. I found him in his chair one morning looking peaceful for the first time since my grandmother had died. The book he'd been reading was still open on his lap. I sat with him for a while before calling anyone, just holding his hand and saying goodbye to the last person who'd really understood me. The lawyer came 2 days after the funeral. We were all in the living room, me, Dad, Angela, and her 2 kids. The will reading felt surreal, like something from a movie. My grandfather had been meticulous about his affairs. Everything was organized, documented, labeled, and then came the bombshell. "The property at this address," the lawyer said, adjusting his glasses, "was placed in an irrevocable trust when purchased. The beneficiary is named as their granddaughter with full ownership transferring at age 18. You could have heard a pin drop. Angela's face went through about 6 different expressions in 3 seconds. "I'm sorry," she said, her voice tight. "Could you repeat that?" The lawyer repeated it. The house, this entire house, the one Angela had been renovating and redecorating like she owned it, belonged to me. Had belonged to me since my grandparents purchased it. They'd set it up that way deliberately. A trust fund property that would be mine the moment I turned 18. "But she's only 16, Angela said, and I could see the wheels turning in her head. "Which is why your husband was named as temporary administrator," the lawyer continued. He'll manage the property until she reaches majority. At that time, full control transfers to her. My dad looked stunned. They never told me, he said quietly. I mean, I signed papers when they bought it, but I didn't realize. The lawyer pulled out an envelope. They left a letter explaining their decision. Dad opened it with shaking hands. I watched him read, watched his face crumple, watched tears start sliding down his cheeks. He handed it to me without a word. The letter was from both of them, written in my grandmother's perfect cursive. They explained everything. How they'd wanted to protect their daughter's legacy. How they'd wanted to ensure I had security and stability, something that could never be taken away. How they'd worried about Dad remarrying. Not because they didn't want him to be happy, but because they'd seen too many second marriages where the new spouse's priorities differed from the children's best interests. They'd been right to worry. They'd been so right. This doesn't change anything right now, my dad said, though his voice lacked conviction. We'll just continue as we have been. But Angela's expression said otherwise. She excused herself and disappeared into the bedroom. I heard muffled phone calls throughout the evening, her voice rising and falling behind closed doors. At dinner, she was cold and silent, pushing food around her plate while shooting me these looks that made my skin crawl. That night, lying in bed, I realized something important. My grandparents had given me a weapon. They'd given me power. And in exactly 2 years, I'd be able to use it. 17 was the longest year of my life. Knowing what waited at the end made every day both better and worse. Better because I had hope. Worse because I had to keep pretending everything was normal while Angela circled like a shark who'd smelled blood. My stepbrother graduated from college that spring. And by graduated, I mean he finally finished his bachelor's degree in communications after 6 years and 2 major changes. My dad threw him a massive party, invited everyone, made speeches about being proud. Meanwhile, this guy had no job prospects, no ambition, and no plans beyond moving back home temporarily to figure things out. He moved into one of the spare rooms permanently. At 25 years old, he couldn't be bothered to contribute rent or groceries or even clean up after himself. My dad supported him completely, bought his groceries, paid his car insurance, gave him spending money. When I asked why he got a free ride, Angela said he was finding his path and needed family support during this exploratory phase. My stepsister started college that fall at a private university that cost $60,000 a year. She pledged the most expensive sorority on campus, bought a wardrobe that probably cost more than my car, and went shopping every weekend on credit cards my dad paid off monthly. She called home crying about stress at least twice a week. And Angela would rush to her rescue with care packages and extra money for self-care. Meanwhile, I was working 25 hours a week at the coffee shop, taking online courses to graduate early, and still doing every household chore. The disparity was so blatant, it would have been funny if it wasn't my life. But I smiled and nodded and counted down the days until my 18th birthday. Angela's behavior shifted as my birthday approached. She started having these concerned conversations about adult responsibility, about how turning 18 meant making mature decisions, about how everyone in a household needed to contribute financially. She'd bring it up at dinner, casual but pointed, always while looking at me. When I was 18, she'd say, I paid rent to my parents. It taught me the value of money. 18 is when you become an adult, she'd add. That means pulling your own weight. We're a family, but families function on mutual contribution. The subtext was clear. She was laying groundwork, building a narrative, preparing to demand that I pay rent in my own house. The house she didn't know I owned. The house she thought she had 2 more years to maintain control over. My dad seemed oblivious. Or maybe he was willfully ignorant. I honestly couldn't tell anymore. He'd become so conflict-averse that he'd nod along with whatever Angela said, just wanting everyone to get along. He'd stopped defending me years ago, stopped noticing when treatment was unequal. He'd chosen his new family over protecting his daughter, and we both knew it. I spent my 17th year preparing. I worked extra shifts and saved every penny. I researched tenant rights and property law. I made copies of all the trust documents and stored them in 3 different places. I contacted the lawyer who'd handled my grandparents' estate and confirmed the transfer would be automatic on my birthday. I planned exactly what I'd say and when I'd say it. The hardest part was maintaining the facade, acting like nothing had changed, doing my chores without complaint, pretending I didn't notice the way Angela looked at me sometimes, like she was calculating exactly how much she could extract before I figured out how to fight back. She had no idea I'd already won. That 2 months after my 18th birthday, I'd have legal control and she'd have nothing. The thought kept me going through every humiliating inspection, every unfair comparison to her golden children, every moment of being treated like hired help in my own home. 2 weeks before my birthday, I overheard Angela on the phone with someone. "Just 2 more years," she was saying. "Then it's ours completely. I've already been talking to contractors about renovations. The property value has increased substantially." She thought she had 2 years. She thought she had time. She had no idea her time had already run out. My birthday came and went quietly. My dad took me to dinner, gave me a card with some money. Angela baked a cake, and her kids signed a store-bought card without looking up from their phones. It was fine. I didn't need celebration. I needed the calendar to flip forward 1 more month until I could execute my plan. That month felt like years. I kept waiting for Angela to notice something had changed. But she didn't. The automatic transfer of ownership happened silently, just paperwork being filed somewhere in a government office. To everyone in the house, I was still just the teenage stepdaughter who cleaned toilets and made coffee for minimum wage. Then came the night that changed everything. I just finished a double shift at the coffee shop. 8 hours of dealing with entitled customers, broken machines, and a coworker who called in sick, leaving us short-staffed. My feet hurt, my back hurt. I smelled like espresso and burnt milk. All I wanted was to take a shower and collapse into bed. Angela was waiting in the kitchen. She'd positioned herself at the counter with a cup of tea, clearly having planned this ambush. My dad's car wasn't in the driveway. He was working late again. Her kids were in their rooms. It was just us. "We need to talk," she said before I'd even put my bag down. I was too tired for whatever this was. "Can it wait until tomorrow?" "No." She sat down her tea with a definitive clink. "You're an adult now. You work. You make money. It's time you started contributing to this household like an adult." Here it was, the moment I'd been expecting. "I do contribute," I said carefully. "I clean the entire house. I cook half the meals. I do everyone's laundry. I mean financially." Her voice was sharp. "Your father and I have discussed it. You need to pay $800 a month in rent. $800 on my coffee shop salary. That was almost everything I made. And her kids living here rent-free with every expense covered would continue paying nothing." "My stepbrother pays rent?" I asked, knowing the answer. "He's between jobs. He's figuring things out." "Your daughter? She's in school. Her education is expensive enough. I'm taking online classes too. Those are different. She's at a real university." Angela stood up, moving closer. "This isn't a negotiation. You're an adult living in this house. You pay rent, $800. First payment due at the beginning of next month." Something inside me snapped. Years of swallowed anger, of biting my tongue, of playing nice to keep the peace. All of it came roaring to the surface. I was done. I was so done. "No," I said. Her eyes widened. "Excuse me? No, I'm not paying rent." "Then you can find somewhere else to live," Angela said, her voice turning ice cold. "Your father will support this decision. You can't live here for free while contributing nothing." I almost laughed. I actually felt my mouth twitch toward a smile. Contributing nothing. That's hilarious. "This isn't funny. Call Dad." I interrupted. "Call him right now. And get your kids down here. Everyone needs to hear this." "Hear what?" "Just call them. Trust me, you're going to want witnesses." Something in my voice must have convinced her this wasn't a typical argument. She called my dad. Told him to come home immediately. She yelled upstairs for her kids to come down. Within 20 minutes, we were all assembled in the living room like some twisted family meeting. My dad looked confused and worried. My stepbrother looked annoyed at being interrupted. My stepsister was still holding her phone, only half paying attention. Your stepdaughter has something to say, apparently, Angela announced, her tone suggesting I was about to make a fool of myself. I looked at each of them, took a breath, then detonated the bomb I'd been carefully constructing for 2 years. This house doesn't belong to you, I said to Angela. It never did. It belongs to me. My grandparents bought it, yes, but they put it in a trust with me as the beneficiary. I legally took ownership a month ago when I turned 18. The silence was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Angela's face went through every stage of grief in about 10 seconds. Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, all of it flashing across her features while her kids sat there confused. And my dad looked like someone had hit him with a brick. That's not possible, Angela finally said. Your father would have told me. Dad knew, I said, looking at him. The lawyer told everyone at the will reading. Remember, Dad's silence was confirmation. Angela's head whipped toward him so fast I heard her neck crack. You knew? You knew this whole time and didn't tell me? It didn't seem relevant, he said weakly. She was only 16. We had 2 years. We had nothing. Angela was on her feet now, pacing. This changes everything. Every renovation, every improvement, She stopped, turning back to me. This doesn't matter. You're 18. You're barely an adult. You can't manage a property like this. There are taxes, maintenance, insurance. I'm aware, I said calmly. I've spent the last 2 years educating myself. I know exactly what's involved. My stepsister spoke up for the first time. Wait, so this whole house is hers? Like legally? Apparently, I said. That's so unfair. She burst out. We've been living here for years. We have rights. Actually, I said, you don't. You're tenants at will. I could ask you to leave any time. The room went dead silent again. My stepbrother's mouth was hanging open. My stepsister looked like she might cry. Angela's face had gone from red to white to red again. You wouldn't, Angela said. You wouldn't throw your own family out. Family? I repeated. That's interesting. Is family making one person do all the housework while everyone else does nothing? Is family throwing away a dead woman's belongings? Is family demanding rent from the only person who actually owns the house? We should discuss this privately, Dad said, standing up. Everyone's emotional. Let's take a breath. No, I said firmly. We're discussing it right now in front of everyone. The same way Angela wanted witnesses for demanding I pay rent. Angela tried a different tactic, softening her voice. Sweetie, I know things haven't been perfect, but we're family. We can work this out. Maybe we all just need to sit down and... I'm going to bed, I said, cutting off whatever manipulation she was about to attempt. We'll talk more tomorrow. I went upstairs, locked my bedroom door, and waited. I didn't have to wait long. Within an hour, I heard Angela's voice drifting up from the kitchen. She was on the phone, and she'd forgotten or didn't care how sound carried in this old house. I crept to the top of the stairs with my phone recording. I don't care what you have to do, Angela was saying. There has to be a way to contest this. She's 18. She's a child. We've been living here for 8 years. Doesn't that count for something? The other person must have said something because Angela got louder. Then we need to make living here so unpleasant she chooses to leave. She's going to college soon anyway, right? Once she's gone, we just stay. Possession is 9/10 of the law. More talking from the other end. I pressed closer to hear. He's weak, Angela said, and I knew she meant my dad. He'll side with me if I push hard enough. We'll convince her to sell or sign the house over or something. She's barely an adult. She doesn't understand what she's doing. We'll get a lawyer, explain the situation, show how we've improved the property, invested in renovations. That's not how property law works, a male voice said, her brother. Maybe if the trust is legitimate, then we find a way to make it not matter, Angela snapped. Maybe she needs to go to college out of state. Maybe she needs to move for a job opportunity. Maybe her relationship with her father is so strained she voluntarily gives up the house to avoid conflict. There are options. I stopped recording. I had everything I needed. The next morning, I waited until everyone was gathered for breakfast. A rare occurrence, but Angela had insisted we needed to talk as a family. My dad looked exhausted. Her kids looked hungover. Angela looked determined. Before anyone says anything, I announced, "I have something you need to hear." I played the recording. Every word, every scheme, every casual reference to manipulating me out of my own property. Angela's face drained of color as her own voice filled the kitchen, plotting and planning like I was some obstacle to remove rather than a person. When it finished, the silence was deafening. My dad stared at Angela like he'd never seen her before. My stepsister had tears running down her face. Whether from embarrassment or genuine emotion, I couldn't tell. My stepbrother looked furious, though whether at his mother or at me remained unclear. "So, here's how this is going to work," I said into the quiet. "You want me to pay $800 a month in rent? Fine. You three are going to pay $1,200 each per month. That's $3,600 total, which is actually below market rate for a house this size in this neighborhood." "You can't be serious," Angela breathed. "I consulted a lawyer yesterday," I continued. "I'm well within my rights as the property owner. You can pay rent or you can leave. Those are your options." "Your father will never agree to this," Angela said, but her voice lacked conviction. She was looking at my dad, waiting for him to defend her, to take her side like he always had. He didn't say anything, just sat there, staring at the table, processing the fact that his wife had been plotting to steal his daughter's inheritance. The next few days were tense. Angela stopped speaking to me entirely, communicating only through aggressive notes and dramatic sighs. Her kids avoided me. My dad tried to play peacemaker, suggesting we all just needed time to cool off. But even he seemed shaken by what he'd heard on that recording. I thought Angela might accept defeat. I really did. I underestimated her capacity for vindictive behavior. She cornered me in the hallway on Thursday evening. I was coming out of my room and she just appeared, blocking my path. Her face was calm, but her eyes were cold. "You think you're very clever," she said quietly, "playing your little recording, making your little demands, but you have no idea what you've started." "I know exactly what I've started," I replied, trying to move past her. She didn't budge. "You're going to regret this. I will make your life such hell that you'll beg us to take this property off your hands. Every single day you stay in this house will be worse than the last. I promise you that." "Is that a threat?" "It's a fact." She smiled, and it was one of the ugliest things I'd ever seen. "You might own the house, but I've been running it for 8 years. Your father listens to me. My kids will make your life miserable. You'll have no peace, no privacy, no comfort. Every moment will be a battle. And eventually you'll break. Everyone does." My phone was in my back pocket. I'd started keeping it there, recording app ready, because I'd learned that Angela's true nature only came out when she thought there were no witnesses. I pressed the button through my jeans, praying it would pick up her voice. "You can't prove any of this," Angela continued. "It's your word against mine. And who do you think your father will believe? His wife who's been taking care of him for 8 years? Or his ungrateful daughter who's trying to tear the family apart?" "I'm not tearing anything apart," I said. "You did that yourself. Keep telling yourself that. But when you're sitting alone in this big empty house because your father chooses his wife over his daughter, remember this conversation. Remember that I gave you a chance to make this easy." She walked away. I waited until I heard her bedroom door close, then pulled out my phone and stopped the recording. Clear as crystal. Another threat. Another piece of evidence. I called the lawyer the next morning. He listened to both recordings, asked a few questions, and made some notes. "She is not very smart, is she?" he observed. "Threatening a property owner, discussing ways to coerce you into signing away your rights. If she keeps this up, you'll have grounds for a restraining order." "I don't want a restraining order," I said. "I want them gone." "Well, that's certainly doable. You can initiate eviction proceedings. Given that they're not paying rent and there's documented evidence of threats and coercion, the process should be straightforward. How long? 30 days from notice. Maybe less given the circumstances. 30 days. One more month of living with people who hated me. In the house my grandparents had left me to protect me. It seemed both too long and not long enough. I didn't tell anyone about the lawyer visit. Instead, I went to work, came home, and watched Angela pretend everything was normal in front of my dad, while shooting me looks that promised violence when he wasn't paying attention. Her kids had picked up on the tension and started their own campaign of petty annoyances. My stepbrother would blast music at 3 o'clock in the morning. My stepsister would use all the hot water before I could shower. They'd eat food I'd bought for myself and leave the empty containers in my room. But every time they did something, I documented it. Photos, videos, detailed notes with timestamps. I was building a case so airtight that no judge could possibly side with them. My dad finally approached me on Saturday. He looked awful, exhausted, guilty, torn. "I know things are bad right now," he started. "But I'm asking you as your father to reconsider." Angela spoke to a real estate agent. "We could sell this house. Split the proceeds. Everyone gets something. We start fresh somewhere new." "Split the proceeds," I repeated, "of my house. It's not that simple." "It's exactly that simple. Grandma and Grandpa left this house to me, not to you, not to Angela, me, because they knew this would happen. They knew she'd try to take it." He flinched. "They didn't know her. They knew her better than you did, apparently." The hurt on his face almost made me feel bad. Almost. But then I remembered 8 years of watching him choose her over me, of defending her when she threw away Mom's belongings, of letting me be treated like household staff while her kids lived like royalty. "You need to decide," I told him. "You're either my father or you're Angela's husband. You can't keep being both and expecting it to work out. That's not fair. Neither was anything she's done. But you never seemed to care about fairness before." He left without another word. That evening, I heard him talking to Angela in their room. I couldn't make out all the words, but the tone was clear. He was finally standing up to her, telling her they needed to look for a new place, that this situation wasn't sustainable, that his daughter owned the house and they needed to respect that. Angela's response was loud enough for the entire house to hear. "If you take her side over mine, we're done." There was a long pause. Then I guess we're done." The eviction papers were delivered 2 weeks later by an officer in full uniform. He knocked on the door at 10 o'clock in the morning on a Tuesday, clipboard in hand, very official and very final. I'd arranged to be home from work specifically for this moment. Angela answered the door in her bathrobe, coffee in hand, probably expecting a delivery. Her face when she saw the uniform was priceless. "Can I help you?" "I'm looking for Angela, her son, and her daughter." He read their names from his clipboard. "That's me. What's this about?" "I have legal documents that require your signature." He held out the envelope. Angela didn't take it. "I'm not signing anything." "Ma'am, you don't have a choice. This is a formal eviction notice. You can accept the documents now or I can leave them with you regardless. Either way, you've been legally notified." "Eviction?" Her voice went shrill. "This is my house. I've lived here for 8 years. According to these documents, the property owner has initiated eviction proceedings. You have 30 days to vacate the premises." I appeared in the hallway behind Angela. "The property owner is me," I said calmly. "I'm the one who filed the eviction." Angela whirled on me, the envelope falling from the officer's hand to the floor. "You absolute." "Ma'am," the officer interrupted, his voice firm. "I'm going to need you to remain calm. Violence or threats will only complicate your situation." "This is insane." Angela was nearly screaming now. "She's 18. She's a child. She can't just throw people out of their home. She's a legal adult and the documented property owner. She absolutely can." The officer picked up the envelope and placed it on the entry table. "You've been served. I suggest you contact a lawyer if you have questions about the proceedings." Angela's kids had appeared at the top of the stairs, drawn by the commotion. My stepbrother immediately pulled out his phone and started recording. "This is crazy," he announced to his camera. "We're being thrown out of our house by my stepsister because she inherited it and now she's on a power trip. You're being evicted because you're not paying rent and your mother has made documented threats against the property owner." I corrected. "Also, put the phone away. I don't consent to being recorded." "Public space," he shot back. "Private property," the officer said. "If the owner asks you to stop recording, you need to stop." My stepsister was crying. Loud, dramatic sobs that probably could be heard down the street. "Where are we supposed to go? We don't have anywhere to go." "You have 30 days to find somewhere," I said. I was trying to stay calm, professional, but there was satisfaction in my voice, and I wasn't sorry about it. "That's longer than most people get." Angela tried one more tactic, softening her voice, putting on the reasonable adult face. "Officer, surely you can see this is a family dispute. She's upset with her stepmother. This is emotional, not legal. Can't we resolve this without involving the courts?" "The courts are already involved, ma'am. The eviction is legal and binding. I'm just here to deliver the notice." He nodded to me. "Miss, do you need me to stay while they process this information?" "No, thank you. I have cameras throughout the house documenting everything." That was news to Angela. Her eyes darted around the hallway, probably spotting the small security cameras I'd installed 2 weeks ago. "You've been recording us?" "Recording my property." I corrected in case anyone decided to damage it out of spite. The officer left. Angela stood in the hallway, still holding her coffee, looking like someone had physically struck her. Her kids were both on their phones now, probably calling their dad, texting friends, posting on social media about their terrible stepsister. I didn't care. 30 days, Angela said finally. "You're giving us 30 days. It's what the law requires. After everything we've done for you." "Done to me?" I interrupted. "Everything you've done to me, there's a difference." My dad came home an hour later to chaos. Angela had called him at work, hysterical, demanding he fix this. He walked in to find boxes already being pulled out of closets. His wife rage-packing while shouting about ungrateful children and stolen property, and his stepdaughter filming the whole thing on her phone. "Are you recording this?" he asked, looking at me. "For my protection, in case anything goes missing or gets damaged." He looked around at the disaster zone his family had become. "I can't believe this is happening." "Really? You can't believe it?" I pocketed my phone. "Dad, she tried to charge me rent in my own house. She threw away Mom's things. She made me clean up after her kids for years while they contributed nothing. She conspired to manipulate me out of my inheritance." "Which part of this exactly surprises you?" He didn't have an answer, just stood there looking defeated while Angela demanded he take her side. Fight this eviction, protect his family. But for once, finally, after 8 years, he didn't rush to her defense. "I'll help you find an apartment," he said quietly. "But she's right. We need to leave." The screaming that followed probably terrified the neighbors. The 30 days crawled by like years. Angela stopped pretending to be civil. She'd walk past me in the hallway and mutter insults under her breath. Her kids left messes everywhere deliberately. Garbage in the living room, food rotting in their bathrooms, wet towels moldering in corners. Every day was a new passive-aggressive assault designed to make me regret my decision. I documented everything, every mess, every insult, every attempt at psychological warfare. The cameras caught it all. My lawyer assured me this behavior only strengthened my case if they tried to fight the eviction. They tried. Of course they tried. Angela hired the cheapest lawyer she could find, probably all she could afford, and attempted to argue squatters' rights, common law tenancy, anything to delay the inevitable. The judge took one look at the trust documents, the recordings of Angela's threats, and the timeline of events, and denied every motion. The eviction stood. They had to be out by the 30th day. That final day arrived with the same moving company I'd hired to make sure it happened smoothly. I wasn't taking chances on them dragging their feet or claiming they needed more time. The movers showed up at 8 o'clock in the morning, ready to pack and remove everything that belonged to Angela and her kids. Angela was ready with a speech. She'd clearly prepared it, probably practiced it in the mirror. She stood in the foyer in designer clothes I'm sure my dad paid for, her kids flanking her like bodyguards, and announced to the movers, "We are leaving voluntarily. This is our choice. We have decided to exit this situation with our dignity intact rather than continue living with someone so spiteful and vindictive." Nobody was buying it. The head mover just nodded politely and said, "Where should we start, ma'am?" The packing revealed exactly how much they'd accumulated over 8 years. Room after room filled with expensive clothes, electronics, furniture that Angela had bought and claimed was for the house, but was clearly for her personal use. The movers loaded it all while Angela supervised with her arms crossed, occasionally snapping at them to be more careful. Then came the moment I'd been waiting for. My stepbrother emerged from his room carrying a box that looked suspiciously familiar. I stepped in front of him. "What's in the box?" "My stuff." "Open it." "I don't have to show you." I pulled out my phone. "Open it or I call the police for theft." He opened it. Inside were photo albums. My photo albums. The ones with pictures of my mom, my childhood, family vacations before she died. Albums Angela had claimed were in the attic, but I'd never been able to find. "Those aren't yours," I said, my voice shaking with rage. "Mom said I could have them," he said, but he wouldn't meet my eyes. "Your mom doesn't get to give away my family photos." I took the box. "What else have you stolen?" That's when I found the rest. Hidden in their luggage, tucked into boxes labeled personal items, wrapped in their clothes, my mother's jewelry, her wedding rings that my dad was supposed to have kept safe, the silver frame with her picture that used to sit on my dad's nightstand. Small valuables they thought I wouldn't notice or couldn't prove belonged to me. I'd made an inventory. I'd photographed everything valuable that was supposed to stay in the house. I'd learned from the spring cleaning incident to document what mattered. Now, with the movers as witnesses, I recovered each item one by one, while Angela claimed it was all a misunderstanding. The sheriff I'd asked to supervise, because I'd known they'd try something, made notes of every recovered item. "You're lucky she's not pressing charges," he told Angela. "Theft is theft, even among family." "We're not family," I said clearly. "We never were." My dad arrived as the last boxes were being loaded. He looked terrible, like he'd aged 10 years in 30 days. He'd helped them find an apartment, a small 2-bedroom in a building with thin walls and no parking. He was going to stay with them temporarily while they figured things out. The downgrade from this house to that apartment must have been brutal. He approached me while Angela supervised the final loading. "I'm sorry," he said. "I should have protected you. I should have seen what was happening." "Yes," I agreed. "You should have. Your mother would be disappointed in me. She'd be disappointed you let someone throw away her belongings and didn't defend your daughter." I wasn't going to sugarcoat it. "You chose Angela every single time. You chose her over me." "I know." Tears were running down his face now. "I know, and I can't take it back, but I'm choosing right now. I told Angela I'm filing for divorce." That surprised me. "Really? Really?" Hearing those recordings, seeing how she treated you, watching her try to steal your inheritance. I can't pretend anymore. I married someone I didn't really know, and I let her poison our family. Our family was already poisoned," I said. "Mom died and we never really recovered. We just built something new around the wound." Angela exploited that. The movers finished. Angela's car and a rental truck were packed full. Her kids were already in the vehicle, refusing to say goodbye. Angela gave the house one final look, her expression promising future retribution, then got in the driver's seat without a word. My dad lingered. "Can I call you? Maybe get coffee sometime?" "Maybe," I said, "after your divorce is final. After you've proven you can actually stand up for yourself without someone pushing you to do it." He nodded, accepted the boundary, and left. I watched the vehicles drive away, taking 8 years of misery with them. The house was finally mine. Quiet and empty and clean and mine. I walked back inside and locked the door behind me. The first night alone in the house was surreal. I walked through every room, running my hands over surfaces that no longer needed inspection, opening closets that held only my things, sitting in chairs without wondering if someone was going to criticize how I was sitting. The silence was profound. After years of tension and hostility, the absence of it felt almost loud. I spent the first week just cleaning, really cleaning, the kind that goes beyond surface-level maintenance. I scrubbed away 8 years of other people's presence. I opened windows and let fresh air sweep through rooms that had felt suffocating. I took down Angela's tasteless decorations and stored them in the garage in case she tried to claim I'd stolen them. The second week, I started reclaiming spaces. My stepbrother's room became my home office. I bought a decent desk, set up my laptop, created a workspace that was actually mine. My stepsister's room became a yoga studio, something I'd always wanted to try but never had the peace or privacy to attempt. I rolled out a mat in the empty room and did beginner videos on my phone, enjoying the luxury of knowing no one would walk in and mock me. I found things as I cleaned. Mom's ornaments that Angela had claimed were donated, but had actually just been hidden in the back of a closet. Photos that had been removed from frames and shoved in drawers. Small pieces of my childhood that had been erased but not destroyed. Each discovery felt like getting a piece of my mother back. My mom's best friend reached out 3 weeks after the eviction. She'd heard through mutual friends what happened. Small communities talk, especially when there's drama. She asked if she could visit. I said yes, hungry for connection to someone who'd actually known my mother. She brought old photos I'd never seen, stories I'd never heard. We sat in the living room, Mom's living room, not Angela's, and talked for hours. When she mentioned she was looking for a new place after her roommate moved out, I offered her the guest room. Having her in the house felt right, like a piece of Mom's history coming home. The house slowly transformed. It stopped being the place where I'd been mistreated and became the sanctuary my grandparents had intended. I cooked Mom's recipes from the cards I'd saved. I hung photos of my grandparents in places of honor. I planted flowers in the garden, the ones my grandmother had loved, the ones Angela had torn out to make room for decorative rocks. Dad called occasionally. True to his word, he'd filed for divorce. Angela was fighting it, naturally, trying to claim she deserved half of everything despite their prenup. She'd started a social media campaign about being abandoned by her husband and abused by her stepdaughter. People who knew us didn't believe it. People who didn't know us did. But I didn't care about the opinions of strangers. My dad and I met for coffee about 2 months after he'd left. He looked better, lighter somehow. The divorce was messy, but he was standing firm. He'd moved into his own apartment, away from Angela and her kids. He was in therapy. He'd quit his high-stress job and taken something with better hours and less travel. "I'm trying to be the person I should have been," he said. "For you, for your mom's memory." "I appreciate that," I told him. "But you need to be that person for yourself, not for me." We were rebuilding slowly, carefully. There was a lot of damage to repair. Years of choosing wrong that couldn't be undone with apologies. But he was trying, and I was willing to meet him halfway. That felt like enough for now. I started therapy too. Turned out 8 years of emotional abuse leaves marks that don't disappear just because the abusers are gone. I needed help processing the anger, the resentment, the complicated guilt that sometimes surfaced when I thought about how harsh I'd been. My therapist assured me the guilt was normal, but misplaced. I protected myself and my inheritance. That wasn't cruelty. It was survival. Work got easier without the stress of home life crushing me. I got promoted to shift supervisor. I started taking actual college classes instead of just online courses. I made friends with coworkers who didn't know anything about my history and just liked me for me. I built a life that was mine, completely and totally mine. 6 months after the eviction, I was doing yoga in my studio when I heard from my father that Angela's family had moved out of state. Apparently, the apartment had been too expensive, the area too judgmental once people learned what had happened. They'd relocated somewhere cheaper, somewhere without memories of their failed attempt at stealing a house. I felt nothing hearing that news. Not satisfaction, not relief, not even curiosity about where they'd gone. They'd simply ceased to matter. That, more than anything, told me I was healing. The house my grandparents bought to save us had done its job. It had sheltered us through grief, provided stability when everything else fell apart, and ultimately protected me from people who saw me as an obstacle rather than family. Every room held memories of my mom, my grandparents, the good years before Angela arrived. Standing in my kitchen, making my grandmother's cinnamon rolls, I felt my mother's presence. Not in a ghost story way, but in the recipes I knew by heart. The laugh I'd inherited, the stubbornness that had let me fight back. She would have been proud, I thought. Proud that I'd stood up for myself. Proud that I'd protected what her parents built for me. The house was finally what it was always meant to be, mine. Now on to the next story. Story 2. I dated a school bad boy to make easy money, but the unexpected happened. Hello, my name is Maya, and I need to tell you a story that still leaves me in disbelief about what happened. You know when you think you know the people around you and suddenly discover there's a whole secret world functioning right under your nose? That's exactly what happened to me in my second year of university. I had always been the good girl of the group. While my roommates went out to parties and came back with crazy stories, I stayed studying to maintain my scholarship. Not that I was antisocial, but I simply didn't have money to keep up with their lifestyle. Working part-time at the university library barely covered my basic expenses. Everything changed on a Thursday afternoon when I arrived early from work and found Madison, Harper, and Luna gathered in the living room, whispering as if they were planning a bank heist. They stopped talking the second they saw me. Maya, I didn't know you had already arrived, said Madison, quickly hiding some papers behind her back. Madison had always been the most dramatic of the three, with her perfectly wavy blonde hair and a collection of purses that cost more than my rent. What are you guys plotting? I asked, dropping my backpack on the floor. I had known these girls for over a year and knew when they were hiding something. Harper, who was normally the most direct of the group, exchanged a look with Luna before sighing. Okay, Maya, sit down. I think it's time you knew. What they told me in the next 30 minutes turned my world upside down. Apparently, the three had discovered a scheme they called the system. Everything revolved around Ethan, the richest bad boy at our university. He's the son of a tech magnate, explained Luna, playing with her dark hair. And he has this weird thing with relationships. He pays girls to date him for a few weeks and then receives a generous amount when they break up. You guys are kidding me, I said, but the seriousness on their faces told me otherwise. Madison pulled an envelope from among the papers. $5,000, Maya. That's what I received when I broke up with him last month. Harper received $4,500 in March and Luna $6,000 in January. My head was spinning. But why does he do this? Nobody knows for sure, Harper admitted. Some people say he has trust issues because of his family. Others think he just likes having control over everything, including relationships. And how does it work? I asked, still processing the information. It's pretty simple, Luna explained. You approach him, flirt a little, get his number, you go out for 2 or 3 weeks. You act like a normal girlfriend. Nothing too serious, of course, and then you break up with him. He doesn't get upset. Actually, he seems relieved. Then he gives you the money and that's it. Madison leaned forward. Maya, you're always complaining about money. This could be your chance to breathe a little financially. But isn't this wrong? I asked, although I could already feel a part of me considering the possibility. He's offering, said Harper. It's not like we're stealing from him. It's an agreement between adults. They told me the details. Ethan likes smart girls, but not too intimidating ones. He always took them to the same amusement park on the first date. Apparently, it was some kind of test. And he had some strange quirks, like always paying for everything and never letting the girls pay for even a soda. The key is not to seem too interested in the money, Madison advised. He hates when it's obvious that it's because of the cash. And don't try to change him. Luna added, some girls think they're going to be special, that they'll be the only one he'll really want. It doesn't work that way. I spent the entire night awake thinking about the proposal. $5,000 would solve so many problems. I could stop working at the library, focus more on studies, maybe even get an unpaid internship somewhere nice during the summer. The next morning, The girls were waiting for me in the kitchen with coffee and toast. "So?" asked Madison, anxious. "I'm going to try," I finally said. "But if this goes wrong, you guys are the ones who will explain to my parents why I was expelled from university." They laughed and started giving me tips on how to approach Ethan. He always had lunch alone at the corner table in the cafeteria. Always wore a black leather jacket. Always read some book while eating. "He's handsome," Harper admitted. "Very handsome, actually. So it won't be hard to pretend you're interested. Just remember," said Luna, 2 or 3 weeks maximum. "Don't try to stretch it because he'll notice." 2 hours later, I was standing at the entrance of the cafeteria watching Ethan from afar. He really was impressive. Tall, dark hair, slightly messy, and there was something magnetic about him that made other girls look when they passed by his table. I took a deep breath and walked up to him. "Sorry to bother you," I began, holding my tray tightly. "You're Ethan, right? We're in the same American literature class." He looked up from his book. He was reading Kerouac, I noticed, and gave me a smile that made my stomach do a flip. "Maya, you always sit in the second row and ask questions the professor can't answer." I was surprised he knew my name. "You noticed that?" "I noticed many things," he said, closing the book. "Want to sit?" And so it all began. We talked for 20 minutes about Kerouac, about the university, about nothing and everything at the same time. He was funny, intelligent, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. When I got up to leave, he asked, "Are you free tomorrow night?" "I am," I replied, trying to sound casual. "Great. I'll pick you up at 7. He scribbled his number on a napkin. "And Maya, wear something comfortable. We're going for a motorcycle ride." As I walked back to the dorm, I still couldn't believe it had worked. Ethan had asked me out. The girls were right. It had been easier than I imagined, but I still didn't know that nothing about Ethan would be as I imagined. The next night, I was nervous like never before. I had chosen jeans, boots, and a leather jacket borrowed from Madison. When I heard the motorcycle noise outside, my heart raced. Ethan was leaning against the Harley with an extra helmet in his hand. He smiled when he saw me. "Ready for an adventure?" "Ready," I lied because I had never ridden a motorcycle in my life. The trip to the amusement park was quite an experience. Ethan drove confidently through the city streets, and for a moment I completely forgot why I was there. The feeling of freedom was incredible. "First time?" he asked when we got off the motorcycle. "Was it that obvious? You almost broke my ribs from squeezing so hard." He laughed. "But it was brave to accept even so." The amusement park was full of students and couples. Ethan bought wristbands for all the rides and started dragging me to the most radical roller coaster. "Ethan, wait," I said, stopping abruptly when I saw the height of the attraction. I'm not really a fan of heights." "Really?" He seemed genuinely surprised. "I thought after the motorcycle you'd be up for anything." "Motorcycle is different. We're on the ground. That thing there," I pointed to the roller coaster, "is a death machine disguised as fun." He laughed out loud. "Okay, no roller coaster. How about there?" He pointed to the drop tower, which looked even scarier. "Ethan, trust me," he said, taking my hand. "Sometimes facing fear is the best part." And then something happened that changed everything. While we were in line for the drop tower, Ethan turned to me with a serious expression. "Maya, can I ask you a question?" "Sure." "Did Madison, Harper, and Luna tell you about their system?" My blood froze. "What?" "You know exactly what I'm talking about," he said, but his voice didn't sound angry. "The question is, are you here because of that?" I could have lied. Could have pretended I didn't know what he was talking about. But something in the way he looked at me made me be honest. "Yes," I admitted, lowering my head. "Sorry, You don't need to apologize," he interrupted. "I just wanted to know where we stood." When our turn came on the tower, he helped me sit in the seat and leaned in to whisper in my ear. "This tower has a nickname on campus. Did you know that?" "What? Breakup Tower?" "They say all couples who go up together break up before the end of the month." My breathing became heavy. And it wasn't just because of the height. Why are you telling me this? Because, he said while the safety guards checked our belts. I want you to know that I know exactly what's happening here. The tower shot up and for a few seconds I screamed. Not just from fear, but from total confusion. When we came down, I was shaking and Ethan helped me out of the seat. Ethan, I can explain. You don't need to, he said, guiding me to a bench. But now that cards are on the table, how about we talk about how this is really going to work? 3 days later, Ethan invited me to brunch at the most expensive cafe in the city. I arrived expecting a normal conversation, maybe him giving me the rules of the game like the girls had described, but Ethan never did anything as expected. Maya, he said as soon as I sat down, I need to change the rules. What rules? I asked, feigning innocence. You know exactly which rules. He took a sip of coffee. Your friend's scheme. 2 weeks of fake dating, $5,000. Bye and thanks. I felt my face heat up. Ethan, Listen, I'm not judging. Actually, I'm impressed. You four created a pretty efficient system. He leaned forward. But I have a different proposal. My heart raced. Different? How? For months of dating real, then public engagement. And when it's all over, $300,000. For a moment, I thought I had heard wrong. 300,000? 300,000, he confirmed. But it's not the same game as your friends. It would be real dating, Maya. Going out, meeting friends, meeting my family. You'd have to be available when I needed, attend events, be a real girlfriend. My head was spinning. But why? Because, he said, stirring his sugar. My father is pressuring me to settle down. He thinks a serious relationship would make me more responsible. And you are different from the other girls. Different how? You're real, Maya. You don't pretend to be someone you're not. He paused. And you really need the money, not just to buy expensive purses. I didn't know whether to be offended or impressed by his honesty. And after the 4 months, we break up. You keep the money. I'm free from my father for a while. Everyone wins. Public engagement just for credibility. It doesn't have to be real, just convincing. He pulled an envelope from his coat pocket. Here's the contract. You have until dawn to decide. I took the envelope with trembling hands. Ethan, this is crazy. Yes, I know. He called the waiter. But think about it, Maya. $300,000. You can finish university without worrying about money, go to graduate school, start adult life the right way. I spent the rest of the day reading and rereading the contract. Everything was there, formally written by some expensive lawyer. 4 months of exclusive relationship, public appearances when necessary, meeting his family, and in the end, $300,000 clean dollars. The girls were shocked when I told them. Maya, that's 60 times more than any of us received, said Madison, incredulous. But 4 months. Luna shook her head. That's a long time to pretend. What if you fall in love? Asked Harper, always the practical one. I won't fall in love, I replied too quickly. It's just a job, a very well-paid job. But as I spoke, I remembered the way Ethan had held my hand on the drop tower, how he had looked at me when I confessed about the plan. There was something about him that intrigued me, something that went beyond the rich bad boy everyone knew. I spent the night awake, calculating and recalculating. $300,000. I could pay all my family's debts, help my parents with the house, have a secure future. But for months pretending to love someone, that was totally different from what the girls had done. In the morning, I picked up the phone at 6 o'clock. Ethan, it's me, Maya. And his voice sounded tired, as if he hadn't slept either. I accept. There was a long pause. Are you sure? I am. When do we start? Today. I'll pick you up at 2 to meet some friends of mine. Maya. Yes. Thank you. The first weeks were strange. Ethan really took the real dating part seriously. He picked me up for dinner, introduced me as his girlfriend to everyone, remembered small details about me that even my friends forgot. How do you know I like iced coffee instead of hot? I asked one afternoon when he showed up at the library with my favorite drink. You always order iced coffee when we go out, he replied as if it were obvious. But you pay attention to these things, Maya. If we're going to do this, let's do it right. He sat across from me. Besides, it's impossible not to pay attention to you. Moments like this confused me. There was something in his voice, in the way he looked at me, that seemed too genuine to be part of the act. And then there were the moments when he opened up to me, like the night we were in his apartment watching a movie and he started talking about family. My father never had a normal relationship in his life, he said without taking his eyes off the screen. He always treated love like a business transaction. My mother only stayed with him because of the money and everyone knew it. How terrible, I murmured. Yeah. I think that's why I never managed to believe that someone could like me without financial interest. He looked at me. At least with you, I know where I stand. But there was something in the way he said this that made me feel bad. As if our honesty about money was at the same time what brought us together and what separated us. By the end of the first month, I was completely confused about my feelings. Ethan was funny, intelligent, attentive. He made me feel special in a way I had never experienced. But there was always the shadow of the agreement hovering over us. Maya, he said one night when we were walking around campus, "Can I ask you a personal question?" "Sure." "If it weren't for the money, would you date me?" The question caught me off guard. "Ethan, just answer. Honestly." I thought for a moment. "Yes," I admitted. "I think I would, even knowing my reputation." "Your reputation is kind of exaggerated," I said. "You're not the bad boy everyone thinks you are. No, you're just a guy with money who's afraid of being used." I stopped walking and turned to him. "But everyone is afraid of something, Ethan. And you? What are you afraid of?" "Of not being good enough," I replied without thinking. "Of always being the poor girl trying to fit into a world that isn't hers." He took my hand. "Maya, you're the most real person I know. Never change who you are because of money." "But I'm literally being paid to date you," I laughed. But there was no humor in my voice. "No," he said seriously. "You're being paid to stay with me. But the way you are, how you treat me, that's real. I can feel the difference." That night, for the first time, I allowed myself to think that maybe this was more than a business agreement. Maybe there was something real growing between us, something that transcended the $300,000. But I still didn't know that Ethan was fighting with the same feelings and that this was scaring him much more than he let on. On Thursday of the 6th week, Ethan disappeared. He simply stopped responding to messages, didn't show up at university, didn't answer calls. I didn't know whether I should be worried or upset. "Maybe he's testing you," Madison suggested when I told the girls. "Seeing if you'll chase after him, or maybe he got bored," said Luna. 6 weeks is a long time for him. But Harper, who knew me better, noticed something different. "Maya, you're in love with him." "I'm not," I lied. "You are. Look how nervous you are. If it were just about the money, you'd be irritated, not worried." She was right. I was genuinely worried about Ethan, not about the agreement. After 2 days without news, I decided to go to his apartment. He answered the door looking like he hadn't slept in days. "Maya, what are you doing here?" "You disappeared," I said. "I thought you might be dead." "Sorry." He stepped aside to let me in. "I just needed some time." "Time for what?" He threw himself on the couch, running his hands through his hair. "To think about all this, the agreement?" "No, Maya. About you. About us." He looked at me with an expression I had never seen before. "About how I feel when I'm with you." My heart raced. "Ethan, I know this wasn't in the contract," he continued, "but I can't pretend anymore that this is just a business agreement. At least not on my part." I sat next to him on the couch. "So, what do you want to do?" "I don't know. This is the first time in my life I really like someone, and I have no idea how to deal with it." He laughed without humor. "Pathetic, right?" "It's not pathetic. It's human. My father always said that feelings are dangerous in business, that they make you make bad decisions. But this isn't business, Ethan. Not anymore. Isn't it?" He looked at me. "Then explain to me why you're here, Maya. Why you're being so patient with me. Why you didn't run away when you found out I'm an emotional mess." The question caught me off guard because I didn't have a simple answer. Because I care about you. Really? Really? I took his hand. Ethan, I entered this agreement for the money. I won't lie about that. But something changed. I changed. How did you change? I started caring more about being with you than about what I'm going to get in the end. I took a deep breath. I think I fell in love with you. For a moment, the silence was total. Then Ethan smiled, and it was the most genuine smile I had ever seen from him. Maya, he said, you're incredible. Incredible how? Incredible because you managed to do something I thought was impossible. You made me believe that maybe I'm more than just my money. We talked until late at night, finally admitting our feelings to each other. When he asked if I wanted to spend the entire weekend there, I said yes without hesitation. Are you sure? He asked. Don't you have other things to do? I do, I admitted. But I don't want to do other things. I want to stay here with you. It was the first time I stayed with him by my own choice, not by contract obligation. And it was the best weekend I had ever had. But good things never last long when you're in college and the campus is too small for secrets. On Monday morning, my phone started ringing nonstop. Messages, calls, Instagram notifications. When I opened the app, I felt my stomach turn. An anonymous profile had posted a photo of me and Ethan kissing in front of his building, accompanied by a devastating caption. Maya, Ethan's new girlfriend. Does she know she receives $75K per month to pretend she likes him? Or is this time true love or gold digger or rich boys problems? Fake relationship. In the comments, people speculated about the real value of the agreement, about my reputation, about whether I was different from the other girls. Someone had even posted photos of me from work at the library with the caption, "From poor to princess in one relationship." I ran to Ethan's apartment. He was already dealing with the situation. He was on the phone with someone, probably a lawyer. No, it's not defamation if it's true, he was saying. But it's invasion of privacy, and I want to know who did this. When he saw me, he hung up the phone. Maya, I'm so sorry. How did this leak? I asked, still in shock. I don't know, but I'm going to find out. He pulled me to the couch. Listen, this will pass. In a week, everyone will have forgotten. Ethan, everyone at the university knows. My professors, my coworkers, my family is going to see this. Your family? My cousin texted asking if it's true that I'm dating for money. I felt tears in my eyes. How am I going to explain this to my parents? Ethan was silent for a moment. Maya, can I tell you something about myself? Sure. My mother did the same thing to me when I was a child. She used me as bargaining chip with my father. Whenever they fought, she said she would take me away if he didn't give her more money. He stopped as if the words were difficult. I grew up thinking that love was something you bought, not something you felt. Ethan, when I started making these agreements with girls at university, I thought I was being smart, that I was controlling the situation instead of being controlled by it. He looked at me. But you showed me I was wrong. How? Because you never treated me like a bank. Even knowing about the money, you always treated me like a person. He held my hand. And when you said you fell in love with me, I believed it because I saw how you look at me. And it's not how someone looks at a bank account. But now everyone will think I'm like the others. No, Maya. Everyone will think what they want to think. But the people who matter will see the truth. He kissed my forehead. And the truth is that you're the most genuine person I know. We spent the rest of the week dealing with stares, whispers, and malicious comments. Some professors treated me differently. Some friends avoided me. But Ethan was right about one thing. The people who really mattered stayed on my side. Harper, Madison, and Luna supported me completely. Maya, everyone who knows you knows you're not like that, said Harper. You're the most honest person we know. Besides, added Madison, if you manage to make Ethan really fall in love, you're a magician. Do you guys think he's in love? I asked. Maya, said Luna, I dated the guy. He never looked at me the way he looks at you. Not even close. But even with the girls' support, I knew the leak had changed everything. It wasn't just about us two anymore. It was about our reputation, about how people saw us, about how this would affect our future. And I was starting to suspect that someone had leaked the information on purpose, someone who wanted to separate us. The question was, who? The answer to my question came in the form of an envelope left under my room door. Inside were photos of Ethan with several different girls. Some I recognized from campus. Others were completely unknown. On the back of each photo, someone had written dates and amounts. Sarah, March 2023, 4,500. Jessica, August 2023, 5,200. Along with the photos was a note. Do you really think you're special? He did this with dozens of girls. You're just another one. Leave while you still have dignity. My first instinct was to throw everything in the trash. But something bothered me. The photos seemed too intimate, too personal to be from an outsider. Whoever had done this had access to Ethan's private moments. The next day, another envelope appeared. This time with prints of text messages supposedly from Ethan's phone, conversations about payments, and the next candidate. Some messages specifically mention Madison, Harper, and Luna. Maya said one of the fake messages, found the next one. It'll be easy to convince. She really needs money. I knew they were fake because I knew Ethan's way of writing and that wasn't him. But whoever was doing this was very good at creating convincing evidence. On the third day, it got personal. My phone started receiving messages from an unknown number. You're ruining everything. He doesn't love you. You know that. How long do you think this will last? Leave quietly before everyone finds out you're a fraud. I told Ethan everything. He was furious. This has crossed the line, he said, examining the fake photos. Someone is deliberately trying to separate us. But who would do this? I have some suspicions, he murmured, but didn't elaborate. The answer came on Thursday when I was studying in the library. A tall blonde girl with a confident posture approached my table. I recognized her immediately. Natasha, Ethan's ex-girlfriend from the previous year. Maya, she said, sitting in the chair across from mine without being invited. We need to talk. About what? About the system you're destroying. Natasha leaned forward. You know, there was a perfect balance working here. Girls needed money. Ethan needed temporary company. Everyone wins. And you came and messed everything up. 2 weeks became 4 months. 5,000 became 300,000. Worse yet, you made him believe this is real. I closed my book and stared at her. Natasha, why do you care so much about what Ethan and I do? Because, she said, lowering her voice, other girls depended on this system, and because Ethan isn't the type of guy who falls in love. He might be pretending very well, but in the end, he'll discard you like he discarded all of us. All of you? You think you were the first to receive a special proposal? Natasha laughed. Maya, honey, he offered me fake marriage too. 8 months, 500,000. I was the one who refused because I knew it would end badly. I felt my stomach turn. You're lying. Am I? She pulled out her phone and showed me prints of old conversations. Here's his proposal to me. Here's him saying exactly the same things he probably said to you. The messages were devastating. Ethan offering fake marriage, talking about how Natasha was different from the others, promising it would just be a business agreement. Maya, Natasha continued, I'm not doing this to be mean. I'm trying to protect you. You seem like a nice girl, and you don't deserve to be humiliated when he eventually gets tired. Why should I believe you? Because I've been in your place. And because, unlike you, I didn't make the mistake of falling in love with him. When she left, I sat in the library for hours looking at the prints of the conversations. Were they real? Had Ethan really made the same proposal to Natasha? That night, I confronted Ethan about Natasha's accusations. She said you offered fake marriage to her, too. Ethan sighed deeply. Maya, sit down. I should have told you this before. My heart sank. So, it's true. Yes and no. He ran his hand through his hair. I offered a similar deal to Natasha, but she refused. And no, they weren't the same words I used with you. What was the difference with Natasha? It was purely commercial. I needed a fake girlfriend for some family events. She needed money. Simple as that. He looked at me. With you, Maya? When I made the proposal, I already knew there was something different. How will I know you're not just saying that? Because, he said, pulling a drawer, I can show you both contracts. He put 2 documents on the table. The contract with Natasha was cold, technical, purely commercial. Mine had different clauses, more personal, more flexible. See this part? This here says that either of us can cancel the agreement if we develop real feelings. This wasn't in Natasha's contract. Why did you put that in mine? Because even in the first conversation, I already suspected this could become real, and I wanted to give us an out if that happened. I looked at the contracts, comparing line by line. They really were different, but there was still a question I needed to ask. Ethan, how many girls received proposals like these? 2. Natasha and you. Natasha refused. You accepted. And Maya. He held my hand. There was never anyone like you. I wanted to believe him. Wanted to believe we were different, that our relationship had transcended the original agreement. But Natasha's words echoed in my head. Maya, Ethan said, noticing my hesitation. I know this is confusing. I know it seems suspicious, but if you can't trust my words, trust your own experiences. How do I treat you? How do I look at you? Does this seem fake? He was right. The moments we shared, the way he knew me, how he cared about me, none of it seemed like acting. Natasha is trying to separate us. I concluded. Why? Because she never got over the fact that I didn't insist when she refused the proposal, and because she lost control over the situation. Ethan stood up. Maya, we need to do something about this. She's not going to stop. What do you suggest? That we turn the game around. If she wants to play dirty, let's show everyone who she really is. We spent the weekend investigating Natasha. We discovered she had done this before, spreading rumors about other girls who got involved with her ex-boyfriends. There was a pattern of vindictive behavior whenever she felt threatened or rejected. Look at this. Ethan showed me old Instagram posts. She did the same thing to Jessica when she found out I had gone out with her. How did you never notice this behavior when you were dating? Because when I was with her, she had no reason to be like that. The problem started when we broke up and she realized I wasn't going to beg her to come back. We decided to act. If Natasha wanted an information war, we were going to give her an information war, but in a way that showed the truth about our relationship, not lies about hers. Maya, Ethan said Monday morning, would you be up for doing an Instagram live? Telling our real story? Are you sure? Once we do this, there's no going back. I'm sure. I'm tired of hiding. Tired of letting other people control our narrative. He took my hand. Besides, if we're going to stay together for real, people deserve to know the truth. Stay together for real, Maya, he said, smiling. Do you really think after all this I'm going to let you escape because of a contract? On Wednesday night, Ethan and I did the live that would change everything. We were in his apartment, nervous, but determined to tell our side of the story. Hi, everyone, Ethan began, looking at the camera. I'm Ethan, and this is Maya, my girlfriend. You've probably seen the posts about us in recent weeks, and we decided it was time to tell the truth. In 15 minutes, we already had over 1,000 people watching. Comments exploded on the screen. Some supporting, others criticizing, many just curious. Is it true you have a contract? Someone asked. We had, Ethan replied. In the beginning, yes. Maya accepted a financial agreement to date me for 4 months. But what happened went far beyond what either of us expected. Why did you do this? Another question appeared. Why pay girls to date you? Ethan took a deep breath. Because I grew up in a family where love was treated like a business transaction. My mother stayed with my father for the money and he knew it. I learned that relationships worked that way. You pay, you get what you want. Everyone knows where they stand. But that changed, I added, finally finding courage to speak. At least for us, it changed. How so? Peered in the comments. Because Maya showed me there's a difference between being with someone for money and being with someone despite the money, Ethan explained. She never treated me like a bank. She treated me like a person. We told about our first date, about how feelings evolved, about how the agreement had become irrelevant compared to what we felt for each other. And the money? Someone asked. Maya never asked for a penny beyond what was in the original contract, Ethan said. Actually, she tried to refuse several times. And now, he paused dramatically. Now I'm going to do something I should have done a long time ago. He went off camera for a moment and came back with a large envelope. This envelope contains $300,000. It was the final payment of our agreement. He looked directly at the camera. Maya will never receive this money. Instead, I'm going to donate it all to our university's mental health programs. My mouth dropped open. Ethan, you can't. Yes, I can. Because what we have is priceless, Maya, and I want everyone to know that. The comments exploded, some calling him an idiot for throwing money away, others applauding the romantic gesture. There's one more thing you need to know, I said, looking at the camera. Someone is trying to separate us, spreading lies, creating fake evidence, sending threats. Natasha, Ethan said the name clearly, ex-girlfriend who didn't accept when our relationship ended. She did the same thing to other girls before. That's a serious accusation, someone wrote. It is, and we have proof, I replied, showing some of the anonymous envelopes to the camera. Manipulated photos, fake messages, text threats. Why would she do this? Another question appeared. Because she can't accept that someone changed, Ethan replied. She wants me to keep being the guy who treats relationships like business because that way she feels better about our past choices. We ended the live with Ethan kissing me in front of 1,500 people, declaring he was officially canceling our contract and asking me to date him for real. Maya, he said, still looking at the camera, do you want to date me without any contract, without any money involved? Just because we love each other? Yes, I replied, crying and laughing at the same time. Yes, I want to. The next few days were a roller coaster. The live video went viral. First on campus, then in the city, then nationally. We appeared on gossip blogs, local TV shows, articles about millennial relationships, and love in the digital age. But most importantly, the strategy worked. Public opinion completely turned around. Instead of being seen as a gold digger scheme, we came to be seen as a couple who overcame the strange circumstances of the beginning of the relationship. Natasha, on the other hand, was exposed. Other girls started coming forward telling similar stories about her. The university opened an investigation into cyberbullying and harassment. Within a week, she was suspended for a semester. I almost feel sorry for her. I told Ethan one night when we were reading some of the articles about us. Sorry? Yes. Imagine living with so much hatred inside you that you can't see other people happy. Maya, he said, pulling me closer. You're incredible. Even after everything she did, you can still have empathy. It's just that I understand where her anger comes from. Until a few months ago, I also thought people like you couldn't be interested in people like me without something suspicious involved. And now I know that love is more complicated than that. That sometimes it starts in the strangest places. But if it's real, it finds a way to flourish. With Natasha out of the way and our story public, we could finally focus on what really mattered. Our relationship. No contracts, no money, no external pressure. But there was still a practical question we needed to resolve. The original contract ended in 3 weeks, and even though we had publicly declared it was canceled, there were still legal and financial implications. Maya, Ethan said one Saturday morning, we need to talk about the future. What kind of future? The kind where we officially decide what we're going to do when the original contract deadline arrives. I thought we had decided we're going to continue together because we want to be together. Yes, but what about the $300,000? What if you changed your mind about university, about your career plans? I had thought about this. With or without Ethan's money, my life had changed dramatically. I had internship offers I never would have gotten before the media exposure. There was even a publisher interested in my story for a book. Ethan, I got a summer internship at a magazine in New York, I said. They pay well, and it's going to be an incredible experience. That's great. I'm proud of you. But New York is far from here. It is. He was quiet for a moment. Maya, will you accept? Depends. On what? On whether you'll miss me. He laughed. Maya, I'll miss you if you go buy coffee and take more than 15 minutes to come back. Then maybe you should come with me to New York. Why not? You can study anywhere, and that way we can figure out how our relationship works in the real world, away from all this university drama. Ethan looked at me as if he were seeing a solution to a problem he didn't even know existed. Maya, he said slowly, are you asking me to move in with you in New York? I am. Do you accept? I accept, but with one condition. What? That we do this the right way. No financial agreement. No contract. Just you and me figuring out together how real love works. Deal, I said, and kissed him. The last days before the official end of the contract deadline were strange. Even knowing we had decided to continue together, there was tension in the air, as if we were waiting for something to go wrong at the last minute. Ethan was acting different, more distant, more thoughtful. I tried not to read too much into it, but it was hard not to notice he seemed to be preparing for something. Are you okay? I asked on a Thursday when he barely touched the dinner we had made together. I am just thinking about how things will change when there's no more contract between us. When it's just us. I felt a chill in my stomach. Ethan, are you having second thoughts? It's not that, Maya. It's just, he sighed. What if when all this is over, you realize you don't actually like me that much? What if what you feel is just gratitude or Stockholm Syndrome or whatever? Stockholm Syndrome? Seriously. You know what I mean. What if you only think you love me because the whole situation was so intense? I looked at him, incredulous. Ethan, after everything we've been through, do you really think I don't know the difference between love and emotional confusion? I don't know, Maya. Sometimes I look at you and I can't believe someone like you would choose someone like me without something else involved. Someone like you? Someone like me? What are you talking about, Maya? You're incredible. You're intelligent, funny, genuine, kind. You have a bright future ahead of you. And I'm the guy who pays girls to date him. You were the guy who did that, I corrected. And by the way, you're much more than that. You're gentle, generous, loyal. You made me feel special in a way no one ever has. But what if? Ethan, I interrupted him. Stop trying to guess what I feel. If you want to know if I really love you, ask me. Okay. Maya, do you really love me? Yes. I love you so much that sometimes it scares me. I took his hand. And you? Do you really love me? More than I thought it was possible to love someone. Then what's the problem? The problem is that in 2 days our contract officially ends. And after that, there won't be any excuse for you to stay with me if you don't want to. I finally understood what was happening. Ethan was scared. Scared that when the agreement ended, I would discover I didn't need him anymore. Ethan, I said softly, do you want me to prove to you that this is real? How? Come with me tomorrow. I have a surprise. The next morning, I took Ethan to the park where we had our first date. I had organized a complete picnic. Sandwiches, fruits, that iced coffee he always remembered I liked. Maya, what is this? Our first real date, I said. No contract, no money, no expectations. Just you and me choosing to be here. We spent the afternoon talking about everything and nothing. About our plans for New York, about our families, about the books we wanted to read, and the places we wanted to visit. Maya, he said when the sun started to set. Can I ask you a question? Always. If you could go back in time and never have accepted that first agreement, would you do it? Never, I replied without hesitation. Because then I never would have met you, the real you. Even knowing all the drama it caused, Ethan, every relationship has drama. At least our drama was interesting. I laughed. Besides, look where we ended up. How many couples can say they overcame a business agreement and 3 sabotage attempts to stay together? When you put it like that, we seem invincible. We are. At least together we are. That night, when we returned to his apartment, Ethan disappeared for a few minutes and came back with the envelope of $300,000. Maya, he said, offering the envelope to me. This money is yours. You fulfilled all the terms of the contract. Ethan, no. Let me finish. This money is legally yours. You can take it and leave, or you can take it and stay, or you can refuse it and stay. The choice is entirely yours. No pressure, no expectations. I looked at the envelope for a long moment. $300,000. Enough money to completely change my life, to pay all my family's debts, to have financial security for years. I took the envelope, opened it, and looked at the check. Then I looked at Ethan, who was obviously nervous, waiting for my decision. I tore the check in half. Maya, what did you do? I did the only thing that made sense. I threw the pieces in the trash. Ethan, if we're gonna stay together, it has to be because we want to be together. Not because I owe you something. Not because you owe me something. It has to be a free choice. But it was so much money. It was. And you know what's more valuable than $300,000? I kissed him, knowing I chose you for you, not for anything else. On the last official day of the contract, a Monday in May, Ethan showed up in my room with flowers and a nervous expression I hadn't seen in weeks. Maya, he said, kneeling beside my bed. I know technically our agreement ended at midnight, but I wanted to mark the moment somehow. Ethan, what are you doing? Maya, he said, pulling a small box from his pocket. Will you marry me for real this time? I looked at him, at the little box, at his nervous smile. Ethan, this is crazy. I know. But I also know I don't want to spend a single day of my life without you. And I know that when two people love each other, it doesn't matter how it started. What matters is where it leads. What if people say it's too early, that it's too crazy, Maya? People have already said everything they could say about us. And we survived. I think we can survive a few more opinions. I looked at the ring. Simple, elegant, perfect. It wasn't about the ring. It was about what it represented. A choice, a promise, a future that had nothing to do with contracts or money, just with love. Yes, I said. Yes, I want to marry you. Months later in New York, both of us living in a small but cozy apartment in Brooklyn, I finally had perspective on everything that had happened. The internship at the magazine had become a full-time job. Ethan had transferred to Columbia and was loving studying away from family pressure. Our relationship had found a natural rhythm, away from curious stares and campus comments. Madison, Harper, and Luna visited us regularly. Madison had started dating a guy from the law class with no money involved. She made sure to emphasize. Harper was focused on finishing graduation with honors, and Luna had gotten an incredible internship at a tech company. Natasha never tried to contact us again. We heard through the grapevine that she had transferred to a university in another state after the suspension. Do you regret anything? Ethan asked me one night when we were on our small balcony looking at the Manhattan skyline. What would I regret? Accepting that first agreement, all the confusion it caused. I thought about the question seriously. It had been quite a journey. It had started with a questionable decision motivated by money and had turned into the most real relationship of my life. No, I finally replied, because it brought me to you and because it taught me that true love can start in the most unlikely places. What if someone offered you a time machine to start everything over, but in a normal way? Normal is overrated. I laughed. Besides, our story is much more interesting this way. It really is, he agreed, pulling me closer. Maya, thank you for giving a chance to the guy who paid girls to date him. Thank you for becoming the guy I chose to love. A few months later, Ethan really proposed to me again, this time during my graduation in front of our families and friends. It wasn't a fake proposal for a business agreement. It was a man in love asking the woman he loved to spend the rest of her life with him. And I said yes, not because he was rich, not because he offered me financial security, not because we had a contract. I said yes because somewhere in the middle of all that confusion, we had found something real. Today, 3 years later, we still laugh about the absurd way we met. We still joke about who was smarter, him for creating the agreement or me for having turned it into something real. But in the end, we know we were both very lucky. Lucky because sometimes love finds a way to flourish even in the strangest circumstances. Lucky because we learned that what matters is not how a story begins, but how you choose to write it. And our story proved that sometimes the best things in life start with the most questionable decisions. But in the end, it's always about choice. And every day I choose Ethan and he chooses me. No contracts, no money, just love. And we discovered that's more than enough. Now on to the next story. Story 3. My parents invited me to a family gathering just to inform me that they had left everything to my siblings in their will, so I stopped paying their bills. But 2 weeks later, my mother reminded me that her mortgage payment was about to be due. For the past 4 years, I have worked as a senior project manager at a construction company. Unlike many colleagues who often complain about demanding schedules and difficult clients, I thrive under pressure. There is something incredibly satisfying about overseeing a project from its conception to completion, from blueprints to the grand opening. The apartment I live in isn't huge, but it's mine, or at least it will be once I finish paying off the mortgage. The view from my balcony overlooks the river, and on clear days, I can see the mountains in the distance. That Friday night, I was enjoying a rare moment of peace with a glass of wine when my phone vibrated. My mother's name appeared on the screen. "Hi, Mom," I said, holding the phone between my shoulder and ear while pouring myself another glass. "Sweetheart." Her voice had that overly cheerful tone that usually meant she wanted something. "Your father and I are organizing a family gathering next Saturday. Everyone will be there, and we need you to come. I'm also making your favorite lasagna, the 3-cheese one with homemade sauce." Her lasagna was famous in the family, and she knew it was my weakness. I couldn't help but smile. "I'll be there." After hanging up, I went back to my balcony. It had been months since I last saw them. Between my 60-hour work weeks and their retirement schedule filled with golf and community theater, our lives rarely overlapped except on major holidays. Seeing my younger siblings would be interesting. With a 12-year age gap between us while I was already working and paying for college, they were still in elementary school getting all the attention and the latest gadgets. Our parents' approach to parenting had changed drastically. With me, it was all about responsibility, saving money, and learning independence. By 12, I was already doing my own laundry. By 14, I had become the designated babysitter whenever they wanted a night out. Meanwhile, the younger ones grew up with far fewer rules and much more indulgence. When I moved out at 18, they were still being tucked into bed at night. Now, at 24, both were living in apartments that our parents helped pay for while they were finding themselves. One had changed career paths 3 times before settling on communications, and the other was currently unemployed after quitting a barista job because their boss was totally toxic. The following Saturday, I arrived at my parents' house right at 4 p.m. My siblings' cars were already parked outside. Great. I was the last one to arrive, which probably meant they had already been talking about me. As I approached the front door, I heard laughter from inside. It abruptly stopped when I rang the doorbell. My mother opened the door. She was wearing an apron and had a tense smile. "Come in, come in." She gave me a quick hug, and I caught the scent of garlic mixed with her perfume. The two of them were sitting together on the living room couch, heads tilted toward each other in a conspiratorial way. When I walked in, they looked up at the same time with fake indifference. "Hey," one of them said, twisting a strand of hair around their finger. "Nice outfit. Coming from work." It was Saturday, but I didn't bother correcting them. "Hey," I nodded at the other, who greeted me with a slight nod in return. I walked into the dining room where my mother was setting the fancy dinnerware, the kind we only used on Thanksgiving and Christmas. "Wow, bringing out the best china," I commented. "This must be important." My parents exchanged a quick look that made me uneasy. Before I could ask what was going on, the others entered and took their usual seats across from me. During dinner, the conversation remained shallow. My mother talked about her gardening club, my father mentioned a new golf course he was considering, and the younger ones gossiped about people I didn't know from their social circles. No one asked about my job or personal life, which wasn't unusual, but it still stung. The lasagna was as delicious as always, but I couldn't fully enjoy it with the tension in the air. My mother's hands trembled slightly as she served dessert. Homemade tiramisu, another one of my favorites. All right, I finally said, putting down my fork. What's going on? Everyone is acting weird, and Mom made two of my favorite dishes. Just tell me what this is about. My parents exchanged another awkward glance before my father cleared his throat. We're getting older, and we've been thinking about the future, he began. My mother added, we finalized our will and wanted to talk to you in person. Okay, I said cautiously. We've decided, my father continued, that the house and the lake cabin will go to your siblings. Silence filled the room. I looked at my father, waiting for more explanation, but he just stared back at me as if expecting my reaction. Just to clarify, I finally asked, that's it. My mother took on a defensive tone. You have to understand, sweetheart. You're financially stable, and they're still trying to find their footing. They need more security than you do. I looked at the two of them. Both were trying unsuccessfully to hide their smiles. Just to be clear, one of them said, leaning forward. We wanted you to know directly so there's no confusion later. Everything is ours. I stood there in silence, looking at each of them. My father, expecting me to accept this without question. My mother, restless, trying to justify the unjustifiable. And the two on the other side of the table, satisfied, barely hiding their triumphant smiles. My head was pounding. Let me get this straight, I said, crossing my arms. The house and the lake cabin go to them? You decided that I don't need anything because, according to you, I'm financially stable. My mother opened her mouth to reply, but I raised my hand, cutting her off. No, wait. I just want to understand the logic. They get everything because they're failures? Their smiles vanished instantly. That's not fair, one of them muttered. It's not my fault you're a workaholic obsessed with money. The audacity, I laughed without humor. Obsessed with money? Do you even know what it means to pay bills, to work for a salary that keeps a roof over your head? Because I left home at 18 with nothing, and I didn't have the luxury you two have. Since then, I've managed everything on my own. I never had anyone covering my expenses. Never had anyone cleaning up my messes. And what does that have to do with anything? The other interrupted. You always wanted this life. Wanted, I repeated, feeling my blood boil. Oh, so I wanted to start working early while you played around finding yourselves? I wanted to become an adult while you still had everything handed to you. You have to understand, sweetheart. My mother tried to intervene. They still need stability. I let out a bitter laugh. Stability? They've never done anything in their lives. Silence filled the room. I left home with nothing while you gave them everything. I was a babysitter, a waitress, and in turn, anything that helped me pay my bills. I worked while studying. I built everything I have through hard work, and now you're telling me they need stability more than I do. What have they done to deserve it? They looked at me as if I were the villain. You were always so independent. You never needed us, my mother murmured. My patience was gone. And you encouraged that. While I was busy learning responsibility, they were learning what? How to ask for money. How to quit jobs because their boss was toxic. How to change careers 3 times. How to believe they're too special to work at a coffee shop. I told you that place was toxic, the younger one protested, offended. Oh, of course, because it's so much easier to blame others than to admit you just can't handle a job. They exchanged nervous glances and my father cleared his throat. This isn't up for discussion. The decision is final. I looked at him. Do you even need a will? You're still alive, which means you're still paying their expenses. For how long? My mother avoided my gaze. My father remained firm. They'll need support until they find their footing. Find their footing in what? You're overreacting, the other one scoffed. My blood was boiling. Overreacting? Let's recap. You spent my whole life teaching me I had to work hard for everything. You threw me out into the world while they got everything handed to them. And now that you're dividing assets, I get nothing because I work too hard. No one answered. You know what? Fine. You have every right to decide who gets what, but from now on, I'm making my own decisions too. What does that mean? My mother asked, suspicious. It means that if you think I don't need anything, then neither do you. Confusion spread across their faces. What are you talking about? One of them asked, frowning. The bills, the financial help, the money that comes out of my pocket to keep this house running. My mother's eyes widened. You can't be serious. I'm dead serious. If I'm independent enough to not need an inheritance, then you're all independent enough to cover your own expenses. My father turned red. This is blackmail. No, this is reciprocity. My heart was pounding. I had never felt so furious, so betrayed, so clear-headed. I never asked you for anything. I never needed you, but the least I expected was respect. The two youngest started fidgeting. Wait, so that means... I smirked without humor. It means that from now on, everyone pays their own bills. My mother was speechless. Sweetheart, no. I've spent my whole life being told to learn how to stand on my own. Now it's your turn. They all sat there stunned. The dinner, which had started with smug grins and confidence, had ended in absolute panic. I stood up. It's been a pleasure attending this family meeting. Next time, don't bother inviting me. I grabbed my bag and walked out, feeling the weight of years of injustice finally lift off my shoulders. Now they can learn to pay their own bills. Weeks had passed since that night, and the silence between us had turned into something heavy, almost suffocating. Honestly, I didn't care. Since that disastrous dinner, I hadn't lifted a single finger to help them. No transfers, no bills paid, not even a single word exchanged. At first, they seemed determined to prove they didn't need me. My father kept his proud, stubborn stance, my mother pretended everything was fine, and my siblings, well, they just kept living as if money magically appeared in their accounts. Until, of course, reality came crashing down on them. The mortgage was about to be due. This time, I wasn't there to cover the payment. Without the extra money I had been sending every month, the numbers simply didn't add up. My parents' savings were dwindling because they had been supporting two adults who refused to take responsibility for their lives, and my siblings, as expected, didn't have a single dollar saved. Panic set in. The first call came from my mother. Her voice was too casual to be sincere. She started with small talk, trying to ease into the real topic, and then, ever so lightly, dropped the question. The mortgage was due in a few days, and they were wondering if I could help, just for this month. I listened in silence, feeling a strange mix of satisfaction and deep annoyance. No. There was a pause, and then I heard her gasp, as if she hadn't expected me to be so blunt. Sweetheart, no. You made a decision. Now deal with it. She tried to argue, but I didn't let her. After that, the messages started. At first, they were attempts to persuade me, then guilt-tripping, and finally outright demands. My siblings, of course, jumped in, accusing me of being selfish and telling me to think about the family. But I remained calm. I knew the desperation would only grow, and it did. Days later, I was at my parents' house. When I arrived, the tension in the air was suffocating. My father sat slumped in his armchair, his face grim. My mother stood in the kitchen, pretending to be busy just to avoid looking at me. My siblings were on the couch, irritated and uncomfortable. So, what's the emergency? I asked, crossing my arms. My mother was the first to speak, her tone overly sweet and cautious. Honey, the situation isn't easy. The mortgage is due tomorrow, and we just haven't been able to come up with the money. Oh, what a surprise. I cut her off sarcastically. Just a few weeks ago, I was a greedy workaholic. Now I'm the solution to all your problems. She sighed. That's not what I meant. Then why am I here? My father finally spoke up. The bank will take the house if we don't pay. We're trying to find a solution, but we need time. If you could help this time, we promise we'll figure it out soon. I looked at them, feeling a bitter taste in my mouth. Even after everything, they still expected me to rescue them without question. Fine, I'll help, but on one condition. All four of them looked at me, alert. I want the properties transferred to my name in the will. I'm not asking for anything right now. I just want to make sure that when the time comes, I'll be the one ensuring everything is divided fairly. Chaos erupted immediately. What? My brother shouted. This is a scam, my sister screeched. No, this is justice, I corrected calmly. They all started talking at once, but I raised my hand, signaling for silence. Before we continue this pointless argument, let me ask you something. Can you pay the mortgage? Silence. Then you have two options, I continued. Either you accept my offer, ensuring that everything is fairly split in the future, or you lose the house now. My mother shook her head, still in shock. Sweetheart, you don't need this. You're a grown woman, independent. Your siblings are still finding their way. I let out a dry laugh. Finding their way? They're over 20, Mom. Since when does finding yourself mean doing absolutely nothing while you keep funding their lifestyle? She hesitated, struggling to find an answer. I know they've been irresponsible, she finally admitted. But they're still our children. And what am I? A stranger? I was always the responsible one. I was always told I had to take care of myself. And now that I actually have, you still expect me to be the only one carrying this family. My father let out a long sigh, defeated. Would you really split everything fairly in the future? Yes. I'm not asking for everything. I just want to make sure they don't do exactly what they tried to do now. Take it all and leave me out. He closed his eyes for a moment. I knew he was battling his own pride. Fine, we'll do it. My siblings started yelling at the same time, but my father silenced them with a single look. Enough. We have no choice. They were furious. I could see it in their faces. They knew that this meant that one day they would have to share the inheritance with me. But that wasn't my problem. The next few days were filled with tense silences. The will was amended with a lawyer present to ensure everything was legally recorded. I transferred the money for the mortgage at the last minute, preventing them from losing the house. My siblings stopped talking to me after that. My mother tried to pretend things were normal while my father remained distant, quieter than ever. And me? I simply moved on with my life, for the first time knowing that I had secured what was fair. They didn't like my solution, but now there was nothing they could do about it. I paid off the mortgage. I made the transfer at the last moment. Not for them, but because I wasn't willing to let such an asset be lost due to sheer irresponsibility. However, I never said I would support this house forever. While they believed everything would go back to normal, that I would continue being the fool who solved the family's financial problems, I already had other plans in mind. First, no one noticed. Everything seemed the same. My parents sighing in relief, my siblings going back to their useless routines. But then the notifications arrived. What is this? My mother asked, holding a letter in her hands. I calmly took the correspondence, opening it with a smile. Oh, it's the rental contract for the lake house. I closed the deal yesterday. Starting next month, it will be occupied. The shock in the room was immediate. You what? My sister shouted, suddenly standing up. I rented the house, I repeated calmly. And starting next month, the main house will be rented as well. Well, you can't do this, my brother shouted, stepping toward me as if he was going to snatch the papers from my hands. I looked at him unfazed. Yes, I can. Everything is in my name. The silence was suffocating. You promised you would share the inheritance in the future, my sister accused, her face red with fury. And I will. But until then, these properties are mine and I decide how to use them. This isn't fair, my brother yelled. These houses belong to the family. I laughed. Oh, do they? Funny, because not too long ago you were perfectly fine with the idea of leaving me with nothing. But now that I outsmarted you, you're bothered. My mother watched everything in silence, pale. My father just lowered his head, as if trying to process everything. I'm not taking the inheritance for myself, I continued, but I have decided that you don't deserve anything. How can you do this to your own siblings? My sister shouted, her hands trembling. I stepped closer to her, crossing my arms. How could you try to leave me out? How could you call me greedy when all I ever did was work to build my own life? They said nothing. The houses will be rented out. The rental income will cover the mortgage, and the rest will be invested. When the time comes, I will decide how to divide everything, but don't count on me to maintain this luxury while you continue to be parasites. The uproar started immediately. This is theft. You're a monster. Our own sister betrayed us. They screamed, furious. But I didn't care. For the first time, I was free. That was when I noticed my parents' expressions. There was no anger, no indignation, just deep sorrow. My mother was clutching her hands tightly, her face devastated. My father stared at the floor as if he wanted to be anywhere else. You feel robbed? I asked directly. My mother looked at me, her eyes brimming with tears. You were our daughter. And I still am. Except that, for the first time, I am a daughter and not the family source of income. You deceived us. You taught me to survive. I just learned to play the game better. My father took a deep breath, running a hand over his face. You could return the houses, and you could have treated me fairly from the start. But that's not what happened, is it? The silence confirmed my answer. My mother lowered her head, her shoulders trembling. My father closed his eyes, defeated. They wouldn't report me. I knew that. They would never have the courage to send their daughter to jail. I had one, and this time no one was going to take that from me. For a while, the silence in the house was absolute. My parents said nothing, my siblings were furious, and I just watched. Did they really think I was going to back down? That after everything they had done, after casting me aside as if I were nothing, I would simply forget? No. The mortgage was paid off, the houses were rented out, and the income started flowing directly into my account. My siblings tried to protest, threatened, caused a scene, but nothing worked. The contract was signed. They tried to convince my parents to do something, but they just remained silent. That was when I realized my parents weren't just sad. They were devastated. Not because of me, of course. They weren't sad about what they had done to me, about the way they had tried to erase me from the will. No, they were sad because, in the end, I was smarter than them, and that, to them, was unforgivable. You took everything, my mother murmured one day after the first rent payment hit my account. I didn't take anything. I just made sure you didn't steal from me. She looked at me as if she didn't recognize me, as if I were the villain of the story, but I didn't care anymore. It didn't take long for my siblings to give up on the house. Without a free place to stay, without the luxury they had always enjoyed, they soon realized that real life was harsher than they had imagined. It wasn't long before they moved away, each going their separate ways, full of anger and resentment. And my parents? At first, they stayed, clinging to their pride, but without my financial support and without my siblings leeching off their money, reality started to hit hard. They began selling the few possessions they had left to pay their bills. My father tried to go back to work, but no one wanted to hire a man his age for a well-paying job. My mother tried to reconnect with me a few times, but I didn't even bother to listen, because deep down, they deserved it. They weren't victims. They weren't poor souls caught by surprise. No, they knew exactly what they were doing when they decided to cut me out of the inheritance. They made that decision fully aware, thinking it was the right thing to do, believing I was strong enough not to need anything. And that was fine. If I was strong enough not to need anything, then they were strong enough to deal with the consequences of their own choices. Time passed and their situation got worse. They lost everything. The house they once wanted to deny me was now mine, and they had nothing. I could have helped them. I could have shown mercy. But why? They had no mercy when they decided I didn't deserve anything. Now, I was the only one in the family with stability, money, a secure future, and them. Nothing. In the end, the world simply gave everyone exactly what they deserved. And me? I moved on with my life, knowing that this time, no one would ever take advantage of me again. I didn't feel guilty. I didn't feel remorse, and to be completely honest, I didn't feel anything for them. Because at the end of the day, I did nothing more than play by the rules they set. I wasn't the one who decided to cut their own daughter out of the inheritance. I wasn't the one who gave everything to two people who had never lifted a finger to deserve it. I simply did what they weren't smart enough to do. Make sure that the one person who had worked, sacrificed, and built something for themselves didn't end up with nothing. I had always heard that family is everything, that I should be loyal, that I should take care of my own. But what happens when family decides you don't matter? What happens when family chooses to erase you, to pretend you don't deserve anything just because you were strong enough to succeed without them? What happens is exactly what happened to them. They ended up with nothing because they never built anything for themselves. I didn't abandon them. They were the ones who taught me to never rely on anyone. All I did was prove that I had learned that lesson better than they ever expected. From the very first month the houses were rented out, my bank account grew like never before. Every month, the rent payments covered the mortgage, and the rest I invested smartly. Within a year, I had enough to expand. I bought other properties, diversified my income, and soon, money was no longer something I had to think about. Meanwhile, they were drowning. My siblings bounced from one job to another, never lasting long, always complaining that the world was unfair and that rich people are greedy. My mother tried to keep her dignity, but little by little, the unpaid bills forced her to face reality. And my father simply faded. I wasn't surprised. The day they tried to reach out again, my mother called first. Her voice was shaky, trying to sound strong but unable to hide the desperation underneath. "Sweetheart, I know things didn't go as we wanted, but maybe we can talk?" "There's nothing to talk about," I said bluntly. "But we're family." "Oh, we didn't seem like family when you decided I didn't deserve anything." She sighed. "We didn't do it with bad intentions." "I don't care. I don't care why you did it or how you justify it. All I know is that I have no obligation to take care of you, not when you taught me to only look out for myself." Silence. "We're not doing well." "Not my problem." I hung up, and that wasn't the last time. For months, my parents tried to reach me in one way or another, first with subtle messages pretending they wanted to rebuild the relationship, then with disguised requests acting as if they just wanted to check in on me. When that didn't work, they moved on to outright begging. I had always been the strong daughter, the one who didn't need anything, but now that their world was collapsing, suddenly they wanted me to see them as victims. I wasn't a cruel person. I didn't enjoy seeing them struggle, but I also wasn't going to be their savior. I was fine. I was more than fine. My business grew, my life improved. I traveled. I saw the world. I did everything I wanted to do without having to worry about anyone else. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't sacrificing myself for people who wouldn't do the same for me. I owed them nothing. I wasn't tied to anyone. I didn't have to carry the weight of people who had chosen to betray me. And that's when I realized the most important truth. Money is not the problem. The problem is the people who expect others to fix their lives for them. My parents made bad choices and they paid the price. My siblings thought they could live off of others forever, and the world proved them wrong. I only did what I had to do, and because of that, I never had to worry about anyone else ever again. Now on to the next story. Story 4. My boyfriend won $20 million in the lottery and immediately broke up with me. "Our social classes are different. You're too low for me." Then he turned around and hooked up with a coworker. I laughed. He forgot that the lottery ticket was from the previous draw. I rolled down the window of my Maserati and said to them, "You two are way too low for me. Let's break up." Luana just won $20 million in the lottery. Daniel stood in front of me, his expression smug, as he spoke those words. "All because of that?" I asked, looking at him. "Of course. You've probably never even seen that much money. Have you? My mom says there are different classes of people. Now that we've made it to the top, you and I aren't on the same level anymore." I couldn't help but laugh. $20 million, and they think they're part of high society. I didn't even have time to tell him that my dad owns several buildings that bring in more than $20 million a year in rent, not to mention his companies. But it's fine. Honestly, I was glad to get rid of someone like him. Better to cut ties early. No tears over love, just sleepless nights thinking about money. Daniel glanced at me. "By the way, even though you paid for the $50 lottery ticket, I'm the one who bought it, so don't expect a penny from me." He always had this habit of buying lottery tickets, dreaming of getting rich overnight, But when it came time to pay, he'd always have an excuse. His phone was dead or his payment didn't go through, because the bank really cares about a few bucks, right? My mom doesn't like you either, Daniel added. She thinks you're tacky. Remember the last time you met her? You gave her some cheap, no-name gifts. You embarrassed us. You embarrassed yourself, I shot back. God must have spilled wisdom all over the world. But your family held up an umbrella. I still remember the first time I met his mom. I gave her a pure wool scarf designed by an Italian luxury designer, worth 5 figures, and a bottle of French haute couture perfume. Now, it's apparently a cheap, no-name gift to them. Like a catfish splashing water and thinking it's seafood, Daniel continued. I won't argue with you because I'm an elite, but since we're breaking up, let's settle things. Why don't you sell back the gifts I gave you? Typical Daniel. Even winning the lottery doesn't change his stinginess. No need. I still have all the stuff you gave me. I'll return every bit of it. Your $9.99 skincare set? I was too scared to use it in case it ruined my skin. That $19.99 shirt and tie set? I didn't want to wear it in case I broke out in hives. And that $10 box of bread? I was worried it would make me sick, and not even the medical bills would cover it. The crowd around us burst into laughter. Daniel's face turned red as he snapped back. Don't just bring that up. What about all the money I gave you? Didn't I send you cash? You sure did. I nodded, pulling out my phone to check the records. Valentine's Day, $5.20. 4th of July, $6.60. Christmas, $8.80. You're so thoughtful, so generous. I laughed. Even my cousin in elementary school gives me more than that. I used to think he was so sweet and attentive that I didn't care about the little things, but now looking back, I must have had water on the brain enough to fill the entire Lake Michigan. Daniel puffed out his chest. That was the past. Things are different now. I've won $20 million. I can buy whatever I want, and you no longer deserve to be with me. I nodded. All right, in that case, why don't you return the gifts I gave you? Daniel laughed. The stuff you gave me? It's all knockoffs, isn't it? How much could it be worth? Daniel grew up poor. His dad passed away early, and he and his mom depended on each other to protect his fragile ego. I always cut the tags off the gifts I gave him, and they didn't have any flashy logos. That belt you're wearing? Gucci limited edition, $10,000. Those shoes? C-brand, $15,000. That jacket? Also C-brand, $30,000. I listed them off one by one. Daniel's face fell. You think I'm an idiot? You couldn't afford the real thing. You must have just bought some knockoffs to fool me. Because he couldn't tell real from fake, I pulled out my phone. Here's the purchase history and receipts. If you don't believe me, go check with the store. And the scarf and perfume I gave your mom? They weren't any cheaper than the stuff I gave you, but I'll let that go. Just give me $100,000 for everything else I've gifted you. In reality, I'd spent over $200,000 on him over the years, but if I asked for that, his mom would probably make my life a nightmare. Daniel gritted his teeth. Who knows if what you gave me was real or fake? Let's call it $50,000. I'll give you $10,000 now and the rest once I cash in the lottery. Fine by me. Even though it's a drop in the bucket compared to my bank balance, who says no to more money? After receiving the $10,000 in my account, I stood up and said to Daniel, Thanks, Daniel. That's the first time you've been so generous. He looked pained but still spat back. Good. Don't ever come looking for me again, loser. And don't ever try to contact me. I'm afraid your bad luck will mess up my fortune. I nodded vigorously, making sure he saw me agree. After Daniel left, I told my driver to bring my Bentley around from the garage. I'm done pretending. That night, Daniel posted on Instagram. There were 2 photos, one of the lottery ticket and another of him taking a selfie at the Maserati dealership. The caption read, Just focus on working hard and loving yourself. Luck will follow you if you smile enough. I almost gagged on my dinner. As I was about to delete his number, something about that lottery ticket caught my attention. The numbers weren't fully visible, but the draw number was clear, 381. However, The winning numbers for draw 381 didn't match those on his ticket. I quickly checked the results online and realized Daniel had mistaken the previous draw's numbers as the winning ones. He must have watched a replay or checked the wrong draw, thinking he'd won $20 million. This was about to get interesting. I couldn't wait to see his face when he found out the truth. While taking a break at work, I overheard Bianca, the office gold digger, bragging to a coworker. "My boyfriend just moved into Ridgewood Heights." I froze. What a coincidence. My dad had bought me a place there too, though I rarely stayed. Since Daniel worked nearby, I had given him a key to use the place when he worked late. I told him it was rented. He moved in without a second thought, never questioning how the rent probably cost more than his monthly salary. I was already thinking about taking the keys back when Bianca added, "He calls me his lucky girl. Ever since we got together, he won $20 million. Everyone around her gasped in envy. "Wait, Ridgewood Heights? $20 million. I hesitantly asked, "Does your boyfriend happen to be named Daniel?" Bianca shot me a wary look. "You know him? Don't even think about stealing him just because he's rich. He's way out of your league." Of course it was him. Daniel had been seeing Bianca while we were still together. Did he seriously think Bianca was high society material? If my dad knew about this, he'd die laughing. Bianca always flaunted fake designer bags, switching them up every day. To someone like Daniel, who couldn't even tell real from fake, she must have looked like a wealthy princess. A perfect match, really. Two gold diggers finding each other. Best wishes, please stay together forever. That evening, Bianca posted on Instagram a photo of her and Daniel with the caption, "No more waiting. The one I've been waiting for is here." 5 minutes later, Daniel posted their picture too with the cringeworthy caption, "Us." Later, the manager of my favorite luxury store texted me, letting me know they just received new stock and invited me to check it out. Since I had nothing better to do, I decided to swing by. As soon as I walked in, there they were, Daniel and Bianca. The only sales associate in the store glanced at me and completely ignored me, continuing to serve them with a big smile. Bianca was decked out in a logo-plastered outfit, though it was last season's collection. Meanwhile, I was wearing a simple t-shirt and carrying a canvas bag. No wonder the saleswoman thought I wasn't worth her time. Bianca noticed me too. "What kind of people are they letting into the store?" she sneered. Daniel added, "What are you doing here, Luana? You can't afford anything in the store." I smiled. "Oh, did your family open the store?" I didn't realize I needed permission to look around. The saleswoman, clearly siding with them, said, "I'm sorry, miss, but the lowest priced item in our store is $30,000. If you can't afford it, you really shouldn't waste your time." I couldn't help but laugh inside. She had no idea who she was backing. After showing Bianca several bags, I overheard her tell Daniel, "Baby, I want this one, and the second one in that row, too." The sales associate beamed. "You have such great taste, miss. These are our best sellers. You've got an excellent eye." Bianca, pleased, slung one of the bags over her shoulder and admired herself in the mirror. Then she noticed me. "Luana, aren't you embarrassed carrying that cheap canvas bag? Don't you have a job?" I replied calmly, "I'm carrying a canvas bag because I'm planning to go grocery shopping later. Got to think green, you know? Save the planet. What's wrong with that? Does your family live by the sea or something? Why are you so concerned?" Frustrated, Bianca turned back to Daniel. "I want this one, that one, and the other one. I want them all." Trying to sound generous, Daniel said, "Buy them, baby." The saleswoman's eyes sparkled with glee. I picked up a black handbag to take a closer look, but the saleswoman stormed over. "I'm sorry, miss, but this is our latest model. It costs $150,000 and is only available to our VVIP clients. Please don't touch it. You might get it dirty." Bianca laughed. "Luana, don't get your filthy hands on that bag. You couldn't afford it even if you sold yourself." I was about to fire back when a sharp voice came from the entrance. "Who said Luana can't afford it?" The saleswoman panicked. "Manager, you're back." Amanda, the store manager, walked in and immediately apologized to me. "I'm so sorry, Luana. I went to grab your coffee. This new employee didn't know any better. She turned to the saleswoman and added, Luana is one of our VVIP clients. She gets first pick of all new stock. Only after she passes on something can we offer it to other customers. The saleswoman's face turned pale as she hardly apologized. Daniel's face turned red. You must be mistaken. Luana is just a regular office worker. How could she be one of your VIPs? Don't let her fool you. Amanda glared at Daniel and Bianca. The threshold for being a VVIP at this store is spending over $1 million annually. She turned back to me. I'm sorry, but I'll have to ask these two to leave. We're closing the store for you. I was still processing the scene at the store when the door closed behind Daniel and Bianca. The manager, Amanda, escorted me to the VIP lounge where I was offered a coffee and some catalogs of the latest collections. My initial plan was just to spend some time, maybe buy something to distract myself, but the humiliation Daniel and Bianca had just endured gave me an unexpected sense of satisfaction. No matter how much Daniel tried to climb the social ladder at others' expense, he would never understand what it truly meant to be at the top. As I flipped through the catalog, Amanda approached me, concerned. I hope their behavior didn't ruin your experience, Luana. Should I send a formal notice to ban them from our stores? I chuckled. No need, Amanda. I think they've gotten the message. She nodded, visibly relieved, and returned to her desk. But inside, the idea of letting this go didn't sit well with me. Daniel wasn't just ungrateful. He had crossed boundaries I didn't even know existed. Bianca, on the other hand, was just an extension of him, someone as low as he was. If they were willing to dig their own grave, I might as well hand them the shovel. The next day, I went to the Ridgewood Heights apartment that Daniel believed was rented. He had decorated the space with cheap furniture, clearly trying to impress Bianca with a touch of luxury. It was laughable to me. Using the spare key he never knew existed, I let myself in. The place was empty. They were probably at work or, in his case, pretending to have a job. I got straight to the point. I changed all the locks and left a formal notice in the lobby stating that the rental agreement had been terminated. While finishing the last adjustments, the building's maintenance guy approached me. Oh, so you're the owner? Mr. Daniel requested some changes to the apartment. He said it was a gift for his girlfriend. I smirked internally. What kind of man renovates a place he doesn't even own? Don't worry, I replied, smiling. There won't be any more changes. If he shows up, just have him contact me directly. The maintenance guy looked confused but nodded. That same day, I posted a picture on social media. A panoramic view of the apartment with the caption, "Nothing like coming back home after a long trip. Missed my little place." It didn't take long for people to notice. Bianca was the first to comment. Weird. I thought this was my boyfriend's apartment. I ignored the comment, but inside, I felt a wave of satisfaction. That evening, Daniel sent me an angry text. Luana, what are you doing? Why did you change the locks? This isn't fair. I replied calmly, Daniel, the agreement was temporary, remember? I decided to end it. You have a new life now. You don't need this place anymore. He tried to push back. But Bianca is already planning to move in here. You can't do this to us. I laughed but kept my response formal. Oh, I absolutely can. By the way, I suggest you find another place quickly. Ridgewood Heights isn't for everyone, you know? Daniel didn't respond, but I knew he got the message. Still, I knew he wouldn't give up easily, so I decided to prepare for the next steps. I called my lawyer and asked him to review any paperwork that could link Daniel or Bianca to the apartment. Everything was in my name, but I wanted to ensure there were no loopholes for them. In the following days, I noticed Daniel trying to save face on social media. He posted old pictures, pretending he was still living in luxury. Bianca, meanwhile, started flaunting handbags and shoes that were clearly borrowed or bought with money Daniel no longer had. Their lies were becoming more evident by the day. The final blow came one peaceful morning. I decided to stop by the office where Bianca and I worked. She was in the hallway, surrounded by coworkers, spinning one of her ridiculous stories. When she saw me, her smile vanished. What are you doing here? Thought you'd find it funny to show up after everything? I smiled. Bianca, sweetheart, I'm just here to pick up some documents. But since I'm here, I wanted to congratulate you. You really found someone who matches you. You're the perfect couple. So obsessed with status, you can't even see reality. The co-workers around her fell silent. Bianca tried to respond, but before she could, I added, "Oh, and just so you know, Daniel didn't win $20 million. He mixed up the lottery numbers. Maybe you should suggest he buy another ticket with the change from your fake handbags." Her expression changed entirely. For the first time, Bianca was speechless. I walked away without looking back, knowing their little charade was over. As I made my way to my car, I realized that revenge wasn't just about exposing them. It was about showing them they could never reach the level they pretended to be on. When I got into my car, I took a deep breath. Some people never learn, but I learned something valuable. Never underestimate the power of showing the truth, especially to those who live on lies. A few weeks had passed since the events that exposed Daniel and Bianca. Life moved on for me, but the consequences for them were swift and, to be honest, well-deserved. Starting with Daniel, his illusion of wealth crumbled as quickly as he tried to build his luxury life. After being kicked out of the Ridgewood Heights apartment, he attempted to rent a cheaper place, but without any real savings, he ended up moving back in with his mom. He tried to maintain the facade on social media, posting old pictures and pretending he still had money, but comments started rolling in. "Where's your rich girlfriend? What happened to the $20 million, Daniel?" He deleted his account shortly after. I heard that for a while he went back to buying lottery tickets, hoping to make a comeback. Ironic, isn't it? Bianca, on the other hand, faced an even more humiliating downfall. The truth about her relationship with Daniel began to spread around the office. The fact that she had invested so much in a man who didn't even have the money he claimed became a running joke among coworkers. Some people started questioning how she could afford her designer bags and shoes on her salary. Eventually, she quit, unable to handle the stares and whispers. Rumor has it she's now trying to find another wealthy boyfriend, but her reputation precedes her. As for me, life has never been more peaceful. With the apartment free again, I decided to turn it into something meaningful. I converted the space into a kind of refuge for young women starting their careers who need a place to stay. Knowing I'm doing something valuable with what Daniel used as a way to show off has given me a sense of fulfillment that no amount of money could buy. On social media, I'm still active, but my posts haven't changed. I continue to share small parts of my life, but without any pretense. That's something Daniel and Bianca never understood. The power of quiet confidence and authenticity. My life doesn't need to be displayed to be remarkable. In the end, the lesson I've learned is clear. Some people don't want to grow. They want to skip steps even if it means stepping on others. But time has a funny way of setting things straight. Daniel and Bianca learned that the hard way, and I learned that the best revenge is moving forward, keeping your head high, and letting the universe take care of the rest. I close this chapter with a sense of relief, not because I saw them fail, but because I know I'm finally free of them completely. Now on to the next story. Story 5. On the 3rd anniversary of our marriage, Jade made this huge public love confession to her first love on the big screen in the central square. "We're never going to have to miss each other like this ever again." Of course, I had to ask her why it had to be tonight. She shrugged like it was no big deal and said, "Because this date is important to you. When you get mad, it just makes him happier. And that makes him love me even more." I posted their little declaration online, captioning it, "A blessing for eternal love." But as soon as the video went viral, Jade logged into my account and quickly deleted it. As expected, the scolding phone call followed. "I was just trying to make him happy. Do you really have to overreact? Your petty behavior is disgusting." The next second, I got a photo of Jade with her first love, Henry James. They were kissing full-on in French style. In the past, I would have lost it, but this time I chose to stay calm and just walk away. Then Jade finally came home around dawn. I woke up to the noise she was making. "Luke, I was only gone for one night. Why are you acting like this is a big deal?" Glancing at the mess on the dining table, I didn't say anything. I went straight to wash up. Jade is somewhat obsessed with cleanliness. so I knew the sight of the mess I left behind from my solo candlelit dinner would get on her nerves. Usually, I would have cleaned it up and waited for her, stubbornly hoping she'd come home before morning. But after seeing that photo of them from Henry last night, I felt oddly relieved. I drank some wine, slept soundly, and didn't even bother leaving the lights on or waiting on the couch. It was peaceful. "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Jade snapped. I spat out the toothpaste and replied, "If you can't stand it, clean it up yourself." Her face darkened. To my surprise, she rolled up her sleeves and cleaned the mess. When she noticed the 10 empty wine bottles, her brow furrowed. "You drank all of these by yourself?" "When we got married, we purchased 10 bottles of wine together, promising to open one every 10 years to celebrate our anniversary. But last night I only had one glass. The rest I poured down the drain. Besides, I didn't feel like explaining it, so I just nodded." Meanwhile, she looked shocked, mistaking my silence for sorrow. "I couldn't get your favorite soup dumplings, but the seafood porridge from next door is just as good. Some to fill your stomach. They'll make you some hangover soup," I replied stingily. Oh, it was classic. She would slap me, then try to appease me with a sweet gesture. It was her usual way of manipulating me, but of course I didn't call her out on it. 10 minutes earlier, Henry had posted on his social media, "Someone went to the pier before dawn to get the freshest seafood, just to make me a bowl of seafood porridge. Feeling blessed." In the photo, the woman who wouldn't normally lift a finger in the kitchen is wearing a dark apron and focused on preparing seafood, contrasting with the woman in front of me. I opened Jade's food container to find the porridge cold, with just a few pieces of scallion and celery. There was no seafood. I tossed it in the trash just as she turned around. "Luke, I waited in line to get that for you, and this is how you act? So ungrateful." She thought if she told a lie to please me, I should just let it slide. With a blank expression, I said, "I can't eat seafood right now." Her hand froze mid-slice as she cut ginger. "Stop being so dramatic," she snapped. I knew exactly what she really wanted to say. After venting her frustration, she focused on making the hangover soup, but it was nothing compared to the effort she put into that seafood porridge for Henry. Right then, Jade's phone buzzed. She gestured for me to hand it over. I glanced at the screen. It was a message from Henry. I read it aloud. "Jade, I feel like the happiest man in the world." Jade hadn't expected me to read it out loud, and in a teasing tone no less. She immediately exploded, smashing the plate she was holding. "Can you stop being such a jerk for once?" A shard from the plate cut my foot, and I felt a sharp pain as the blood started pouring out. I looked at her and said, "Isn't this how Henry talks to you?" Jade was queasy around blood, so she immediately leaned against the stove, panicking. "You idiot, can't you move? Don't think that getting hurt will make me care about you." I ignored her, grabbing the first aid kit to stop the bleeding. When I realized the cut wasn't healing quickly, I wrapped my foot and got ready to head to the hospital. But Jade insisted I drink the hangover soup first. I wasn't drunk at all, and I definitely didn't want to drink anything she made in a hurry. The hot soup spilled all over her hand, instantly causing blisters. She let out a soft hiss of pain but didn't curse like she usually would. "You're deliberately making this harder for me, aren't you? Fine, we'll both go to the hospital now." When we got to the parking garage, Jade offered to drive since my foot was killing me. I didn't argue as I slid into the back seat. She couldn't resist a sarcastic jab. "What? Is the front seat cursed or something?" I rolled down the window, needing some air. "No curse, but the car reeks of Henry's cologne." Feeling her eyes on me, I replied casually, "You don't do well with blood." It seemed to settle her down a bit. "I spilled some perfume yesterday. The smell's probably still hanging around." Jade blind, handing me a half-empty bottle. "I actually made this as your anniversary gift, but I spilled half of it. You can still have it though if you don't mind." I didn't touch it. I don't do leftovers. Whether it's food, someone else's perfume, or anything secondhand, including women. I just leaned back and said, "My foot's bleeding all over your car. Can we get to the hospital already?" Jade went quiet. Her little attempt at kindness fell flat. but she kept glancing at me through the rearview mirror like she had something on her mind. The drive to the hospital was quiet, but the air was thick with resentment. As soon as we arrived, I insisted on limping to the reception on my own, refusing Jade's help or even a glance in her direction. She followed me, but I kept cold and distant. The doctor said the cut didn't need stitches, just a proper cleaning and dressing with a recommendation to rest. Jade sat the entire time scrolling through her phone, probably waiting for a message from Henry. It made my stomach turn. On the way back, she tried to start a conversation, but I shut it down with short, indifferent responses. "Are you okay, Luke?" "Sure." "Do you want to eat something?" "No." I knew my calmness was unsettling her, and that's exactly what I wanted. She was used to me blowing up, to seeing me lash out and fight, but I was done. There was no anger left, just exhaustion. As soon as we got home, I went straight to the bedroom, leaving her alone with her thoughts. A few minutes later, she followed me inside, standing silently in the doorway. "Luke, can we talk?" she asked, her voice hesitant. I turned slowly, facing her with a tired gaze. "Talk about what, Jade? How you spent the day with Henry while I was here alone? Or how you make declarations of eternal love to him while playing house with me?" She swallowed hard, realizing the conversation wasn't going the way she expected. "I didn't want things to end up like this, Luke. I don't know what I'm doing." I let out a bitter laugh. "I know exactly what you're doing. You're keeping me as your backup, your safety net in case things with him don't work out. But I'm done, Jade." She stepped forward, trying to touch me, but I backed away. "Don't," I warned. "You made your choice when you stood up on that screen and confessed your love for him. Now it's my turn to make mine." I walked to the closet, grabbed a suitcase, and began tossing clothes into it. Jade stood frozen, disbelief written all over her face. "You're not serious," she whispered. "I've never been more serious," I replied. "I've spent too long trying to fix something that's been broken from the start. I deserve better than being a pawn in your game." She dropped to her knees, tears streaming down her face, but I felt nothing. No sympathy, no regret, just relief. For the first time in years, her tears had no hold over me. I zipped up the suitcase and headed for the door. "Luke, please don't leave me," she begged, her voice trembling. "You've been leaving me every day for years," I replied calmly, closing the door behind me. The sense of freedom was immediate. It felt like I had shed a heavy weight I didn't even realize I'd been carrying. The night air was cool, and for the first time in a long while, the future didn't seem like something to fear. It felt like an open road full of possibilities. I walked aimlessly through the quiet streets, letting my mind wander. Each step felt like closing a chapter, each block a weight lifting off my shoulders. Eventually, I found myself at an all-night diner. I smiled, a genuine smile I hadn't felt in years, and walked inside. I ordered a coffee and sat by the window, watching the world go by without a care. As the steam from my coffee curled, my phone buzzed again. I didn't need to check to know it was Jade. She had been calling and texting nonstop since I left. I ignored them all. It was always the same fights. Tears, promises, more fights, and even more pain. But not anymore. This time I was free. After finishing my coffee, I knew the next step was finding a place to stay. I called a trusted friend who knew everything about Jade and had warned me about her long ago. "Luke?" he answered, his voice groggy from sleep. "Yeah, it's me. I need a favor. I knew this day would come. Get over here. My place is yours," he replied without hesitation. I arrived at his apartment, a modest but peaceful place that offered exactly what I needed: distance from Jade. I collapsed on the couch, exhausted but strangely content. For the first time in years, I slept soundly without nightmares. When I woke up, my phone was flooded with messages from Jade. The first few were apologies and promises to change. Then came the insults and accusations. The last message was a thinly veiled threat. "If you think you can leave me and move on, you're dead wrong." I exhaled slowly. I expected this. Jade couldn't handle rejection, especially not from someone she saw as beneath her precious Henry. But this time, her words had no power over me. I ignored the messages and moved on with my day, knowing she would spiral into her own chaos. Later that afternoon, I took a decisive step I'd been avoiding for years. I went to the bank and closed all our joint accounts. I also initiated the divorce process, making it clear through my lawyer that I wanted nothing from her, only my freedom. The papers were sent, cutting off all direct communication with her. As I expected, Jade tried everything to get under my skin. She called my friends, showed up at my workplace, and flooded social media with dramatic posts, painting herself as the perfect victim. In every post, she hinted that I had abandoned our marriage because I couldn't handle a strong woman like her. But none of it fazed me. Each day that passed only confirmed that I had made the right decision. One night, I got an unexpected message from Henry. It was brief. "She's all yours now." Attached was a photo of Jade crying on the sidewalk outside his building, clearly discarded like a broken toy, just as I knew he would do eventually. I didn't reply. I simply deleted the message and blocked his number. There was no space in my life for these people anymore. A few weeks later, I received confirmation that the divorce was finalized. Jade made one last desperate attempt to contest the agreement, demanding a share of my assets, but her lawyer crumbled in court with no evidence or valid claims. The judge saw through her manipulation, and she walked away with nothing. Freedom was finally mine. As time went on, my life began to rebuild itself. I found a new job, made new friends, and rediscovered joy in life's small moments. The pain and chaos that had once consumed me faded into a distant memory, like a bad dream I had finally woken up from. One day, out of curiosity, I walked through the central square where Jade had made her grand declaration to Henry. The place had changed, renovated and full of life, but to me, it was just a silent reminder of everything I had survived. As I strolled through the square, I spotted Jade in the distance, sitting alone with a vacant, lost expression on her face. I felt no anger, no pity, only indifference. She tried to cross paths with me, but I kept walking, never looking back. There was nothing left for me there. I was free. After months of freedom, I started to reorganize myself and rebuild my self-esteem. I found a new job and made new friends, people who helped me realize something I had never understood before. Just walking away from Jade wasn't enough. I needed to teach her a lesson. No one walks all over me without facing the consequences. The divorce wasn't enough to end things. Jade kept circling back into my life, throwing shade, spreading rumors, and playing the victim on social media. She tried to manipulate anyone within reach, but this time, I wasn't going to let it happen. I had to act, not with anger, but with precision. I started small. I got close to Jade's closest friends, the ones she believed were loyal to her. I listened, stayed patient, and let them vent about Jade's instability. Before long, they opened up to me more than I had expected. I subtly planted doubts in their minds, gently guiding them toward the realization that Jade might not be the loyal friend she claimed to be. Their own words fueled the narrative I was building. Meanwhile, I kept tabs on Jade's every move on social media, using fake accounts to monitor her activity. It didn't take long to uncover that she was desperately trying to get back with Henry. Predictably, he had already lost interest. Her obsession with him made her vulnerable, and I intended to use that to my advantage. That's when I put the next part of my plan into action. I discovered that Jade had lied to everyone about our divorce, telling them that I had abandoned her without any reason. Armed with this knowledge, I anonymously leaked conversations and photos that proved she had been cheating on me with Henry throughout our marriage. The internet, as expected, ate it up. The gossip spread like wildfire. Jade unraveled. She called me dozens of times and sent frantic messages, but I ignored them all. She begged for explanations, alternated between threats and apologies, but I stayed cold and distant. There was nothing she could say that would make me change course. This was only the beginning. Shortly after, I leaked word that Henry had been seeing other women, confirming what I had long suspected. I made sure that Jade heard about it through the right channels. The result was predictable. She confronted Henry publicly, and he humiliated her without hesitation, discarding her like a broken toy. While Jade sank deeper into her own mess, I was building something real. I started a new relationship with an amazing woman who respected me for who I was. I posted pictures of us traveling, smiling, living the life I deserved. Meanwhile, Jade's social media turned into a chaotic spiral of desperate posts and bitter jabs. Everyone noticed the contrast. While I thrived, she withered. Then I decided to end it all with one final blow. I met with Jade one last time. She was a wreck, disheveled, with deep bags under her eyes. She looked at me with tearful eyes, hoping for a shred of mercy, but I had none left to give. "You said you loved me, Luke," she whispered, her voice shaking. "I did love you, Jade," I replied, my tone cold. "But you destroyed everything, and now you'll learn that some people don't come back after you step on them." I turned my back and walked away, not sparing her a second glance. As I walked away, a sense of peace washed over me. The cycle was finally over, and I didn't feel anger or regret, just relief. She had tried to destroy me, but in the end, I was the one who came out on top, and revenge had never tasted so sweet. Now on to the next story. Story 6. When I was 16, my life derailed in a way that still messes with my head. You know how some families sweep things under the rug and just pretend everything's fine? Yeah, mine didn't even bother with the pretending. I'm Aaron, and back then I was just your average high school kid. Quiet, decent grades, didn't go out much. Played guitar in my room to unwind. My family wasn't perfect, but I thought we were okay. My dad, Mark, was a numbers guy, accountant for a logistics firm, always practical, always calm. My mom, Denise, was the complete opposite. Loud, opinionated, always right, even when she wasn't. And then there was my older brother, Kyle, 2 years older, charming when he wanted to be, manipulative when he didn't get his way. My dad used to call him the golden boy because of how my mom treated him. It was like he could do no wrong. Spoiled, but smart enough to play the role of the perfect son when adults were around. At home, things were different. I can't count how many times I got blamed for stuff Kyle did. Stupid things, breaking dishes, forgetting chores, sneaking out. But every time, my mom took his word over mine like it was gospel. She had this uncanny ability to look at me and see guilt even when I hadn't done a thing. I used to think maybe I was just overreacting. Maybe I wasn't trying hard enough to be seen. But that illusion shattered when I came home from school one Tuesday afternoon to find my dad sitting in his armchair, looking like the blood had drained from his face. He didn't even look up when I walked in, which was weird. My dad always greeted us, even if it was just a grunt or a nod. But this time he was holding a folder, thick and bulging with paper. My mom stood in the kitchen doorway with her arms crossed, lips pressed so tight they almost disappeared. Kyle was nowhere to be seen. The second I put my backpack down, my mom snapped, "Aaron, sit down." I remember the room felt colder than usual. It was late fall and the air outside had started to bite, but inside felt worse. I sat on the edge of the couch, confused and uneasy. My dad finally looked up and his eyes, normally so steady, looked off. Betrayed. That's the only word that comes close. "Aaron," he said slowly, "your mother found something in our account statements. A withdrawal. A big one. $10,000. Care to explain?" I blinked. "What?" "Don't play dumb," my mom snapped, voice rising. "We know you took it." I laughed, genuinely confused. "What are you talking about? I don't even know how to access your bank account." "Don't lie," she said, stepping closer. "You've always been sneaky, always hiding things. You used your dad's login. We found the money gone right after you stayed home sick that week." What was she talking about? I had the flu legitimately. I spent most of that week curled up in bed, barely able to breathe through my nose, much less hack into online banking. And the idea that I would steal that kind of money, it was insane. I started to protest, but my dad raised a hand. "I want to believe you, son," he said quietly. "But the money's gone. There's no sign of a break-in. No outside access. Someone in this house did it." "I didn't touch anything," I said, standing up. "Why would I steal 10 grand? What would I even spend that on?" My mom's eyes narrowed like she was waiting for me to slip up. That's what we want to know. And your brother says he saw you using Dad's laptop. I froze. Kyle, of course. I remember feeling like I'd just been punched in the chest. Kyle had always lied when it suited him, but this was next level. I hadn't even touched my dad's laptop. It stayed on the home office desk and it was password protected. Kyle, though, he was always in that room. He liked to snoop, liked to play pretend as the favorite son in Dad's chair when no one was home. He's lying, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I didn't do it. I swear. This is crazy. My mom scoffed. Of course you'd say that. Lying comes easy to you, doesn't it? That's when it hit me. This wasn't just about the money. This was about every little resentment she'd built up toward me. Every time I didn't act like Kyle, every time I spoke up, every time I existed in a way she didn't like. This was her opportunity to throw me under the bus and feel justified. My dad looked back down at the papers, silent. And that silence broke something in me. He wasn't defending me. Not really. He was just folding in on himself, unsure. That night, I didn't sleep. I kept waiting for Kyle to come home, for him to walk in like nothing happened. When he finally did around midnight, I was sitting in the hallway outside his room. He looked at me, blinked, and smiled like this was all some joke. "You messed up, man," he whispered. I stood up, heart racing. "You told them I stole $10,000. He shrugged. "Well, someone had to take the fall, and they're already convinced it was you, so why not?" "Why?" I asked. "Why would you do that?" Kyle leaned closer, the fake kindness gone from his face. "Because I could. I don't think I've ever felt rage like that. Not before, not since, but even worse was the helplessness. I wanted to yell, to drag him downstairs and force him to confess, but I knew how that would go. My mom would defend him. My dad would hesitate. And me, I just looked like I was lashing out. The next morning, everything spiraled faster than I could keep up with. My mom said she'd made an appointment. She said I needed help, that I had a problem, that she'd talked to a counselor and found a place for troubled teens who struggle with truth and accountability, a behavioral rehab. At first, I thought she was bluffing, that this was some twisted punishment. But when a van showed up 2 days later with 2 stone-faced men in polos, saying they were from a youth facility in the next state over, reality slapped me in the face. I begged my dad not to let them take me. I told him I didn't do it, that Kyle was lying, that Mom was wrong. But he just stood there staring at the floor, fists clenched at his sides. The last thing I saw before the van doors closed was Kyle standing in the driveway, hands in his hoodie pocket, smirking. And that was the beginning of a 2-year nightmare I would never wish on anyone. When I first arrived at the center, I thought there had been a mistake. Like someone would realize this whole thing was a misunderstanding. That my dad would show up and take me home. That anyone would believe me. But no one came, and the place wasn't some warm healing rehab center with therapy dogs and cozy couches. It was cold, institutional cement walls painted a lifeless beige. Linoleum floors that echoed every footstep. Bars on the windows, not like jail but close enough. No cell phones, no contact with the outside world for the first 3 weeks. I wasn't even allowed to call my dad until my orientation period was over. They called it behavioral rehab, but it was really a holding pin for kids whose parents wanted them out of sight. Most of the guys there were dealing with stuff way heavier than me. Drug addiction, gang affiliation, even a few who'd been in juvie before this. And then there was me, the kid who supposedly stole 10 grand and couldn't stop lying. That was my file. That's how the staff treated me. Every day started at 6 a.m. sharp. You got up, made your bed military style, stood in silence for morning head count. Then came group therapy, then chores, then structured outdoor exercise, which was just walking laps around a fenced-in yard with some benches and one sad basketball hoop with no net. Talking during meals wasn't allowed unless it was approved. Any sign of defiance got you docked a privilege. Too many infractions and you lost your weekly call, or worse, they put you on reflection. That was basically solitary confinement with a journal and a Bible. I kept my head down mostly, but it didn't matter. The staff already had me labeled as a manipulator, someone who played innocent to avoid responsibility. I was just another entitled kid in their eyes, and I couldn't prove otherwise. When I finally got my first phone call 3 weeks in, I called home. My dad picked up. My voice cracked when I heard him say my name. "Dad, please," I said. "I didn't do it. You have to believe me." There was a pause on the other end. I heard him exhale slowly. "Aaron, I want to believe you, but your mother. She said there's more. She said you tried to delete the bank records." "What? That's not true. I don't even know how to do that." "She showed me your browser history," he said. "There were searches about online banking, password recovery." That's when I realized what Kyle must have done. He'd used my laptop, searched things to make it look like I was planning something, maybe even logged into Dad's email from it. "I didn't search any of that," I said, tears starting to form. "Kyle used my laptop. He's setting me up. You know him. You've seen him lie before." But Dad's voice was distant now. "Look, son, you just need to focus on getting better. We'll talk more when you come home." And just like that, the line went dead. My 5-minute call was up. That night, I didn't sleep. I stared at the ceiling, my hands clenched into fists under the blanket. There was a knot in my chest that wouldn't loosen. This wasn't just a punishment anymore. This was exile. My own parents, my own family had thrown me away. 2 months in, we had family visitation day. One Saturday every 8 weeks, families were allowed to visit approved residents for a few hours in the courtyard. I spent the whole week before it hoping my dad would come, that he'd look me in the eye and see the truth. But it wasn't Dad who showed up. It was Mom. She walked in like she owned the place. Bright lipstick, sunglasses, big smile that didn't reach her eyes. She brought Kyle with her. He was wearing designer sneakers and a new jacket. I sat across the table from them, still in my plain gray facility-issued hoodie. "Well, don't you look healthier?" she said like it was a compliment. Kyle just sat there twirling a plastic fork between his fingers and smirking. I didn't say anything. I couldn't trust myself to speak. "We came to check on your progress," Mom continued. "Kyle's been doing wonderfully. He got into the college of his choice. A partial scholarship, too." "Cool," I muttered. She leaned forward. "Aaron, I hope you understand that this is for your own good. You've always had trouble with accountability. This place is helping you grow." "I didn't steal anything," I said quietly. Her smile faded. "You're still clinging to that lie." I looked straight at her. "Kyle did it. You know it. You're just covering for him." She laughed. Actually laughed. "That's your problem, Aaron. Always playing the victim. Always blaming others. It's pathetic." Kyle finally spoke. "Man, maybe you should just write a book about how life's so unfair." "Bet no one would buy it, though." I stood up. My chair scraped loudly against the concrete. One of the staff members looked over, hand already moving toward his walkie-talkie. "You think this is funny?" I snapped at Kyle. "You ruined my life. You're the reason I'm in here." He shrugged. "Or maybe you're just finally where you belong." That was it. I lost it. I lunged across the table. Not to hit him. I don't even know what I was trying to do. But the staff rushed over and dragged me away. My mom's voice rang out behind me. "See, this is what we're dealing with. You see why he needs help." I got put on reflection for 3 days after that. Alone in a tiny room, fluorescent light buzzing above me, writing in a journal I didn't believe in. The only thing that kept me sane was knowing I only had a year and a half left. A year and a half until I turned 18. A year and a half until I could leave and never look back. The months crawled by. I got good at hiding my emotions. Good at nodding when I was supposed to. Parroting back the lines the counselors wanted to hear. "I take responsibility. I am working on honesty. I understand the consequences of my actions." Every time I said those words, it felt like I was killing a piece of myself. But it was the only way to get through. I didn't see my dad again during that time. He never visited, never called. I think deep down he wanted to believe I was innocent. But my mom was the one controlling the narrative. And Kyle, he'd moved on. By the time I was finally released, he was already in college, living in a dorm, paid for by the same savings I'd supposedly stolen. I got home on a rainy Thursday afternoon. My mom picked me up from the center, all smiles again, as if nothing had happened. The drive was silent except for the wipers squeaking across the windshield. When we pulled into the driveway, I saw my dad through the window, sitting at the kitchen table, staring at a stack of mail. He didn't say much when I walked in, just a nod, a quick welcome home. He looked older, tired, like something had been eating at him. I moved back into my old room, though it wasn't really mine anymore. Everything had been rearranged. Some of my stuff was gone. My guitar, my posters, even my old sketchbooks. When I asked where they were, my mom said she donated some things because they carried bad energy. The next few weeks were tense. I didn't talk much. Neither did Dad. Mom acted like things were normal. Family dinners, small talk, reminders to apply for community college. But something in the air felt off, like the whole house was holding its breath. Then one night it happened. It was late. I couldn't sleep, so I went downstairs to grab some water. As I passed the office, I saw the light on and heard rustling. Peeked in. My dad was sitting on the floor with a cardboard box in front of him. Old papers, envelopes, folders. "What are you doing?" I asked. He didn't look up, just said, "Cleaning." I stepped closer. He held up a dusty envelope with Kyle's name on it. Inside were bank statements dated 2 years back, right around the time the money had vanished. He looked at one page, then another, then another. "Dad," I said. He didn't answer, just stared at a printout for a withdrawal made at an ATM. One that had a camera, one that Kyle always used near his favorite sandwich place. Another withdrawal, same week, different location. Cash pulled out in exact amounts that added up to 10,000 over the span of 6 days. Suddenly, he looked up at me. "Did you ever touch my laptop?" he asked, voice quiet. "No," I said. "I told you that 2 years ago." He nodded slowly. "And Kyle, he had your laptop that week, right? Your mom said he was helping you reset it because you were sick." My throat went dry. "Yeah." He stood up, holding the stack of papers. "I think I made a huge mistake." Footsteps behind us. "Mom." She stood in the doorway, her arms crossed again, but this time her face wasn't smug. It was pale. "Mark," she said, "let's not dig this up again." He turned to her, and I'll never forget the look in his eyes. It wasn't anger. It was betrayal, pure and raw. "You knew," he whispered. I was protecting our family," she said. "You knew," he repeated, louder this time. "You let him take the fall. You let your son rot in a facility because you couldn't face the truth about your favorite." She tried to walk toward him. "Mark, please." He stepped back. "Don't." My heart was pounding so hard I could barely hear. My mom turned to me then, and for the first time I saw something crack in her expression. Not guilt, not remorse, fear. My dad looked at me. "Pack a bag," he said quietly. "We're leaving." And then he turned to her, voice low and cold. "I'll be filing tomorrow." When you go through something like that, being locked away for a lie, watching your own family turn their backs on you, you don't come out the same. You just don't. Part of me was still 16 when I stepped out of that house for the last time, gripping a duffel bag that held the few clothes and belongings my mom hadn't gotten rid of. But another part of me, that part had aged 10 years in the span of 2. Hardened, cautious, always watching. Dad and I didn't say much in the car. He told me to pack a bag and followed through without flinching. No yelling, no dramatic standoff. Just a quiet goodbye to a house that no longer felt like home. The driveway faded into the rearview mirror, and with it, everything I thought family was supposed to mean. We went to a motel that night, a cheap but clean place off the highway. He paid in cash. Didn't even use his rewards card, which I found strange until I realized why. He didn't want Mom to know where we were. He was protecting me now in his own way. Maybe it was guilt, maybe it was love, maybe both. But for the first time in 2 years, I slept in a bed without bars on the windows. The next morning, we went to his sister's place. Aunt Lori. I barely knew her growing up. Mom never liked her, said she was chaotic and too nosy. Funny, considering Lori was the first adult to hug me and say, "I'm so sorry, kiddo." Like she actually meant it. Dad stayed in her guest room for a while. I got the futon in her home office. It wasn't glamorous, but it was safe. And for the first time since I was 16, I could breathe. I could go outside without permission. I could take a walk, eat cereal at midnight, use a phone without supervision. It was freedom in the smallest ways, and it felt massive. But the freedom also came with emptiness. I had no job, no high school diploma, just a thin stack of transfer credits from the rehab program that didn't count for much. No friends, no college plans. My entire social life had vanished the moment I'd been taken away. Everyone from my old school had graduated while I was locked up, and I hadn't heard from a single one of them since. Either they believed the rumors or they didn't know what to say, or both. Rock bottom doesn't always look like crying in the rain or smashing mirrors. Sometimes it looks like staring at your reflection in a microwave at 3 a.m., wondering if you're ever going to matter to anyone again. Dad tried. I'll give him that. He'd cook breakfast some mornings and leave the last pancake for me, even though he loved pancakes. He'd ask if I wanted to talk. Sometimes I did. Mostly I didn't know how. I was still angry at him, at Mom, at Kyle, at myself for not seeing it coming. The real turning point came one afternoon when Aunt Lori came home with a used laptop. "It's not much," she said, placing it in front of me. "But I figured you might want to, I don't know, right? Apply for jobs, something. You've got time now." I didn't know what to do with it at first. I opened it, stared at the desktop screen for what felt like an hour, but eventually, I started typing. Not a resume, not a letter to my parents, just thoughts, memories, fragments of the nightmare I'd lived through. I wrote about the facility, about the sterile white rooms, about Kyle's smug face and my mother's eyes when she called me a liar. Poured out of me like floodwater. Writing became therapy. I didn't care if anyone ever read it. It helped me process what had happened. I started posting anonymously online on forums, then Reddit under a throwaway account. The responses shocked me. People didn't just sympathize. They believed me. They were angry for me. Some even shared their own stories of being scapegoated by a sibling, betrayed by a parent, sent away for bad behavior that wasn't real. That sense of connection was like a lifeline. And slowly, something started to shift. I enrolled in a GED program through the local community college. Aunt Lori helped me get a bus pass. Dad paid for the textbooks. It felt weird being older than most of the other students, but I didn't care. For the first time in a long time, I was building something. A future that didn't rely on anyone else's lies. I passed the GED in 6 months. Scored in the top percentile, too. Dad teared up when I showed him the certificate. He didn't say much. He was never good with emotions, but he gave me the longest hug of my life. With that under my belt, I started looking for work. It wasn't glamorous. First job was stocking shelves at a pharmacy, night shifts mostly, then a stint at a hardware store. I learned how to show up on time, how to manage money, how to not let resentment eat me alive when customers snapped at me like I was nothing. I saved every dime I could. Bought my own used car, a rusty but reliable Honda Civic with a stereo that only played FM radio. That thing felt like a chariot to me. My own keys, my own escape. Meanwhile, Dad's life was unraveling in a different way. The divorce got ugly. Mom tried to paint him as unstable, claimed he was turning against his own family. But the bank statements, those saved us. Not just the ones he found in the attic, but the ones he requested through official channels. Calls, withdrawals, transactions. One even showed him buying concert tickets during the time I was supposedly sick in bed. And the kicker, surveillance footage. One of the ATMs kept archival footage longer than usual. Took a lawyer and a lot of phone calls, but Dad got a copy. It showed Kyle clear as day, smiling, wearing the same hoodie he used to borrow from me, pulling cash out like it was Monopoly money. That video became the smoking gun. Dad didn't show it to me right away. When he finally did, it wasn't to rub anything in. It was to let me know I wasn't crazy, that everything I'd said was true. And even then, all I could feel was numbness. Sometimes you get so used to being doubted that proof feels like nothing. Like you spent so long screaming into a void that when someone finally hears you, you're too tired to care. But it mattered. In court, it mattered. Mom's lawyer backpedaled hard once the evidence came out. She tried to claim she didn't know that Kyle had lied to her, too. But emails between her and Kyle told a different story. Messages about keeping the story straight about Aaron's therapy being good for him regardless. about protecting our family image. Dad won custody of the house, sold it within the month, split the assets, kept the car, gave Mom what the court demanded and not a cent more. He never screamed at her, never dragged her through the mud, just walked away. And then he came to me with something unexpected. "You should decide what happens next," he said one evening. "With Kyle? With your mother? Whether we press charges." I was floored. "Me?" I asked. "Why me?" "Because it was your life they ruined. You're the one who lost 2 years." I didn't answer right away. I sat with that question for days. Did I want revenge? Did I want to see Kyle arrested? My mother in court? Did I want them to suffer? I thought I did. God, I thought about it every night. But something inside me had shifted. Not softened, exactly. Just refocused. I didn't want to waste another second being defined by them. So I said, let the court decide. I just want to live my life. And I meant it. I kept working, kept saving, got a scholarship to take college classes part-time, started majoring in psychology of all things. Maybe because I wanted to understand how people could do what they did and still sleep at night. One of my Reddit posts about the rehab facility blew up, went viral, got picked up by a blog, then a podcast. People started reaching out, sharing, connecting. That post became a catalyst, not just for me, but for others. It even caught the attention of a local journalist. They interviewed me anonymously at first and did a deep dive on the rehab program. Turns out I wasn't the only one wrongfully sent there. The facility eventually came under investigation for multiple allegations, falsified reports, abuse, even mismanagement of funds. It was shut down less than a year later. That was the first time I realized I wasn't just rebuilding. I was making noise, and that noise mattered. Kyle eventually dropped out of college. No one knows the full story. Some say he got expelled for cheating. Others say he just stopped showing up. He moved out of state after that. Haven't seen him since. Mom. Well, her reputation didn't survive the divorce. Turns out when you build your entire social life on pretending to have a perfect family, that image doesn't last long after the truth comes out. She moved in with her sister. Tried reaching out once through a letter. I never opened it, not because I wanted revenge, but because I was done giving her power over my peace. Now, years later, I'm 22. I live in a small apartment with peeling paint and a leaky faucet, but it's mine. I tutor high school students on the side, help them write college essays. Sometimes they ask about my story, why I went into psychology. I just tell them life teaches you a lot when you're not looking. But recently, something happened that brought it all back. Something I didn't see coming. Started with a knock on my door. And on the other side was someone I never expected to see again. The knock at the door that evening didn't sound urgent, just 2 measured taps. I was in sweatpants, half watching a documentary on human memory for one of my psych classes, a bowl of half-eaten instant noodles in my lap. Nothing about that night felt special, but sometimes life doesn't cue the music or dim the lights when it wants to change everything. Sometimes it just knocks. I opened the door with the chain still on, peeking out through the gap. "Hey!" said the figure in the hallway. I froze. My grip on the door tightened. It was Kyle. Older, leaner, unshaven, dressed in a hoodie that had clearly seen better days. Backpack slung low over one shoulder. He looked like someone who'd run out of couches to crash on and was trying to fake confidence through exhaustion. I didn't say anything. I didn't even fully register the emotion that flooded me. Anger, shock, disbelief. It all tangled up in my throat. He held up a hand like I was a cop and he needed to prove he wasn't armed. "I know you probably want to slam the door in my face." "Fair." I said nothing. I need 5 minutes. Please." I looked him over. Kyle, the same guy who ruined 2 years of my life with a smirk and a lie. The same guy whose actions fractured our family and almost destroyed me. And now he was standing outside my apartment like a lost dog. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was closure. I unchained the door and opened it. He stepped in slowly like he expected a trap to spring at any moment. The apartment was dim, quiet, warm. He looked around like he hadn't been indoors in a while. "You live here alone?" "Get to the point," I said. My voice came out colder than I expected. It surprised even me. He nodded and sat on the edge of the futon, my only piece of furniture besides a thrift store bookshelf and the wobbly kitchen table. I messed up, he said. I know that doesn't even scratch the surface, but I don't know where else to start. You think I care about apologies? I said. You think I've just been waiting to hear you say, my bad, and all this goes away? No, he said quickly. No, I know that. I'm not here for forgiveness. Then why are you here? He hesitated, looked down at his hands. I don't have anyone else. Mom won't return my calls. Her sister kicked me out last week. I've been couch surfing. I was living with a friend, but they found out what happened back then. About the money, the rehab, everything. My heart thumped once. Hard. How? That Reddit post, he said, not meeting my eyes. The one that blew up. Someone recognized the details. It went around my old college. Word got out. So he knew. I sat down across from him, folding my arms. And now you want what? Money? Place to stay? A clean slate? He laughed bitterly. Man, I don't even want sympathy at this point. I thought maybe if I could talk to you, own up to it, maybe I could start over. I narrowed my eyes. You think coming clean fixes anything? No, he said, voice cracking. But it's a start. We sat in silence. My mind wasn't sure what to do with him being there. For years, I'd pictured this moment a dozen different ways. Him begging for forgiveness, me slamming the door, maybe even yelling, throwing something, making a scene. But now that it was real, I felt nothing. Just calculation. And somewhere in that stillness, I felt the gears start to turn. Because if Kyle was finally cornered, if he had no allies left, then maybe it was time I stopped surviving and started rebuilding something else. Leverage. I want a full confession, I said. Finally. Written, signed. Every detail. He blinked. What? You heard me. You want to start over? Then tell the truth. Not to me, on paper. Everything you did. How you stole the money. How you framed me. How Mom helped cover it up. He rubbed his face. Dude, I'm not writing a signed confession like some TV crime drama. Then get out, I said, standing up. He stayed put, glancing at the door, then back at me. If I do this, what do I get? You get a chance, I said slowly. Not to have your name dragged through court because I still have the ATM footage, the emails, the bank statements. I've got enough evidence to make sure you'll never be able to open a checking account without a red flag popping up. Kyle swallowed. And if I wanted, I added, I could go public, not anonymously this time. Full names, full history. Turn the next Reddit post into a news story. You'll never get hired anywhere decent again. And Mom, she'll go down with you. She's got just as many skeletons. His shoulders slumped. The weight of it hit him. Finally, I'll write it, he said quietly. Good. He stayed the night. I didn't offer it. He just never left. I didn't let him sleep in my bed or even on the futon. I gave him a blanket and let him curl up on the floor. In the morning, I handed him a notebook and a pen. Write, I said. Took him 2 days. Every word was dripping with shame, but he wrote it all. The plan to take the money, the passwords he guessed from Dad's notes, using my laptop to plant search history, changing the withdrawal schedule so it looked like I'd spaced out the theft, Mom's involvement, how she found out days after and decided to bury it, afraid it would ruin the family if Kyle got caught. When he handed it to me, his hands were shaking. I meant it, he said. I don't expect you to forgive me, but I needed you to know I'm done lying. I didn't say anything, just took the notebook and locked it in my desk. Now I had a weapon. The next few weeks I planned. I dug up old files, cross-referenced email headers, printed out texts Mom had sent me while I was locked away, messages that contradicted her claims in court. I contacted the journalist who'd interviewed me anonymously before. I told her I was ready to go public with names, dates, evidence. She was stunned. Are you sure? This could ruin them. That's the idea. But I didn't want to ruin them with noise. I wanted precision control. So I made a list. First, the rehabilitation center. Their shutdown had been a small story in the press, but nothing explosive. I'd learned since that several lawsuits had fizzled out due to lack of documentation. I had what they didn't. A paper trail from before I even entered the facility documenting my protests, my innocence, and now Kyle's confession confirming the setup. That alone could trigger a civil case. Not just for me, but for others still reeling from their experience. Second, Mom. She still lived with her sister from what I'd heard. Still active in her church and local charity scene, pretending to be a model citizen. I reached out to someone she'd wronged years ago, our old neighbor, Mrs. Halverson. The one Mom had blamed when her jewelry went missing. Kyle pawned it, by the way. Mrs. Halverson didn't forget. She agreed to give a statement. Third, Kyle. He was at my mercy now, but I didn't want him to disappear before the story broke. So, I let him stay with conditions. No phone, no unsupervised internet access, no contact with Mom. He worked temp jobs during the day and came back to my apartment each night like a kid on probation. Some nights he tried to talk. I let him. I didn't give much back. And the more I watched him, the real him stripped of smugness and safety, the more I realized something. He was scared. Not of me, not exactly, but of finally facing something he couldn't lie his way out of. The revenge plan took shape slowly, not with fire or fury, but with facts. I built a digital archive. Scans of the confession, court transcripts, emails, texts, voice recordings. I reached out to the other kids I'd met at the rehab center, those who'd posted anonymously, those who had similar stories. I started putting together a case, a real one. And just when everything was ready to launch, I got an unexpected message. A lawyer, not Dad's, a different one. He represented the rehab's former owner, and he offered something shocking. A settlement. Apparently, word had gotten out about the story I was preparing. Someone leaked it. Maybe one of the Reddit users, maybe one of the journalist's contacts. The facilities board wanted to keep things quiet. They were offering hush money, a lot of it. I stared at the email for a long time. I could take it, pay off my school loans, move, start over in a real way, or I could blow it all up. And as I sat there weighing the offer, I realized something. This wasn't just about justice anymore. It was about choosing the legacy of my pain. Would I bury it and cash out, or make sure the world knew what they did? I looked across the room. Kyle was asleep on the floor again, curled up with that same borrowed blanket. For the first time, I didn't see him as the villain in my story. He was just the first domino, and I still had a whole row left to knock down. Kyle left my apartment a few days after writing the confession. Not in handcuffs, not in disgrace, but quiet. Almost like he knew the sentence had already started. He didn't say goodbye, just left a note on the coffee table. Whatever happens next, I earned it, and that was true. The settlement offer from the rehab center's former board had been tempting. Absurdly tempting. A 6-figure payout in exchange for silence. They wanted me to sign an NDA, bury the story, and move on with my life. It was enough money to pay off my school debt twice over, relocate, start fresh. But something inside me couldn't do it because if I took the hush money, they'd get to keep the lie. They'd go on pretending they weren't complicit in ruining lives, that places like that weren't cages with wallpaper and therapy lingo. And worse, Kyle and my mom would keep skating by in silence. No, I emailed the journalist the next morning. I'm ready. Names, dates, files. I'll sign whatever you need. What happened next was like watching a storm brew from the inside out. The article dropped in late October. It was titled The Good Son. How a teen was institutionalized after his brother stole $10,000 and what happened when he fought back. It opened with my name, my real name, my face, blurry but visible. Then it broke down the full story. The bank statements, the staged browser history, the confession, the facilities practices, the emotional toll, the broken family, the aftermath. And it didn't stop there. The journalist had done her homework. She'd interviewed other former residents of the rehab center, dug up financial records showing how parents were billed for extended stays that weren't medically necessary. One family had been forced into debt. Another had lost custody of their son temporarily because the facility flagged him as non-compliant and potentially dangerous. A lie? Based on a refusal to recite a fake apology in group therapy. The story exploded. Within a week, It hit front pages on multiple platforms. The podcast that originally covered my anonymous Reddit post re-released a new episode with my voice. This time, I told my story in full. Every lie, every betrayal, every second I spent counting down the days on the cement floor of that facility, wondering if anyone would ever believe me again. By the second week, legal teams were reaching out not to sue me but to join forces. A class action lawsuit was filed on behalf of 23 former residents, myself included. I wasn't doing it for money anymore. I had a full scholarship now, offered by a foundation that heard the story and wanted to support me through the rest of my degree. No, this lawsuit wasn't for survival. It was for the kids still stuck in places like that. And then came the fallout. First, the facility. The state opened a full investigation into their operations. 2 former staff members testified under oath that they were instructed to exaggerate behavioral issues to prolong stays. Several documents surfaced showing altered records, residents being marked as violent for things like refusing to make eye contact or asking for their phone. The rehab center was not only shut down permanently, but criminal charges were filed against its former administrators. One was arrested for fraud, another for falsifying medical records. The program director, the one who ran my intake interview, who looked me in the eye and said I needed reprogramming, was barred from working in healthcare ever again. Second, my mother. Her reaction came 2 days after the article broke. A text, just one line. "How could you do this to your own family?" I didn't answer. She sent another and another, then tried calling. I blocked her. She went to Dad, furious, tried to spin it as me dragging the family name through the mud. He didn't even let her in the house. From what Aunt Lori told me later, he said, "You dragged your own name through the mud." Erin just held up a mirror. Her reputation gone. Her precious image as the perfect suburban martyr obliterated. Several people in her community group resigned when they read the article. The nonprofit she volunteered with dropped her from their board, pending clarification. The same woman who once called me a liar to my face now couldn't walk into the grocery store without whispers. She sent one more letter. This time, no accusation, just a desperate, rambling apology. "I thought I was protecting Kyle. I thought you were strong enough to handle it. I didn't know it would go this far. I didn't open it either." Third, Kyle. He got fired from his latest job when someone recognized his name. His attempt to apply to another university was rejected, thanks to the public records now attached to his name and the article that trended for weeks. He vanished from social media. Then one night he emailed me. Not to ask for forgiveness, not to beg, just an update. "I'm staying with a guy from a halfway house, working at a warehouse in Oregon. It's hard but honest. That's all I can do now. I still read your article sometimes. Reminds me of the line I crossed." I didn't respond, not to be cruel, but because there was nothing more to say. He wasn't the main villain anymore. He was just another casualty of his own lies. And then, finally, me. I graduated top of my class. The foundation that sponsored my degree asked me to speak at a youth justice summit that summer. I stood on stage in front of hundreds of people, counselors, educators, policymakers, and told them how easy it is to bury a kid when the wrong person tells the right lie. How systems aren't broken, they're built that way. And how the hardest part of surviving isn't getting out, it's being heard. When I stepped off that stage, a boy around 15 came up to me with his dad. He didn't say much, just hugged me tight. His dad nodded, eyes glassy, and said, "Thank you for saying what he couldn't." That was the moment I realized I'd done the right thing. I'd taken everything they tried to bury me with and built something stronger. Not revenge for its own sake, but justice that echoed. A reminder that even if the world tries to write you off as broken, there's power in picking up the pen yourself. I moved to a new city that fall. Started working with a nonprofit that provides legal aid to teens in crisis. Every time I walk into that office, I think about the day I stood in my kitchen at 16, being accused of something I didn't do, and how no one listened. Now I make sure someone does. As for my past, it's still with me. Scars don't vanish, but they remind you where not to walk again. And sometimes, just sometimes, they show you where to build your armor. Because when the world tells you your truth doesn't matter and you prove them wrong, there's no feeling quite like freedom. Now on to the next story. Story 7. My name's Adrian. I'm 28, and I've always been the kind of guy who keeps his head down, works hard, and doesn't ask for much. Quiet, maybe to a fault. While other people splashed their accomplishments all over social media or made sure every good deed was public knowledge, I preferred doing the right thing in silence. Maybe I got that from my grandfather. He used to say, "The loudest people are usually the least dependable." I believe that. Still do, mostly. 3 years ago, after my dad got laid off from his job at the steel plant and the bills started piling up, I stepped in without being asked. My parents had always given me a roof over my head when I was younger, and despite our complicated relationship, I thought I could return the favor now that I had a stable job in IT. Their mortgage was around $1,300 a month. Not outrageous, but more than they could manage without Dad's paycheck. I offered to take it over quietly. No fanfare, no strings. I didn't even want them to tell anyone. Just wanted them to feel secure. And for 3 straight years, I paid it every month on time. I even automated it through my bank. They didn't have to lift a finger. It wasn't just the mortgage, either. There were little things. New tires on my mom's car when she didn't know how she'd pass inspection. A new fridge when the old one started leaking water all over the kitchen floor. I never brought any of it up. Never said, "Look what I did," or asked for a thank you. It felt good enough knowing they could sleep easier. That's what I kept telling myself, anyway. But over time, I started noticing something off. My younger brother, Derek, 25, charming, cocky, the kind of guy who could talk himself into or out of anything, started acting strangely possessive about the house. It began sly. He'd say things like, "I told Dad not to repaint the shutters yet. Waste of money?" Or, "Mom should have asked me before moving the grill." Stuff that made it sound like he had some kind of say in household decisions. I brushed it off at first. He still lived with them off and on, usually between failed business ventures or breakups, so maybe he just felt territorial. Then came the offhand comment from Aunt Lily during a backyard barbecue. "It's so generous of Derek to help out the way he does. Not every kid would step up for their parents like that." I looked at her, confused, and she just smiled and added, "You've got a good brother." I didn't correct her. I didn't say anything, but it stuck in my head. The next time I was over, I casually asked my mom if she or Dad had said anything about who was paying the mortgage. She waved me off, saying something like, "People assume what they want. It's not our job to correct every little thing." But it wasn't a little thing. That was my money, my sacrifice. And I couldn't help but wonder if maybe they were letting people assume on purpose. Maybe they liked how it felt when people praised Derek. Maybe they didn't see the harm in it. I tried to let it go. Truly, I did. But then came the family dinner. That damn dinner. It was a casual Sunday get-together at my parents' house. Just the immediate family and a couple of uncles and cousins. Nothing fancy, just barbecue and beer. Everyone sitting out on the patio. We were celebrating my dad's birthday. I brought him a new set of tools. High-end ones I knew he'd never buy for himself. Derek brought, well, himself, which was par for the course. Midway through dinner, as everyone was digging into the ribs and laughing about something Uncle Ray had said, my dad stood up, raised his glass, and clinked it with a knife. "I just want to take a second," he said, "to acknowledge someone who's really gone above and beyond these last few years. We wouldn't have made it through without him." I felt a small warmth in my chest. Finally, I thought. Not that I needed praise, but after everything, a quiet nod in front of the family would have meant something. "To Derek," Dad said, lifting his glass higher, "for stepping up, being the man of the house, and helping us keep things afloat. You've been a real blessing, son." My stomach dropped. I looked across the table at Derek. He didn't look surprised. He didn't even hesitate. He just smirked, lifted his own glass, and said, "Wouldn't have it any other way." Everyone started clapping. My mom dabbed her eyes with a napkin. Even my cousin Kyle muttered, "That's what family's about." I didn't say a word. I sat there frozen, hearing their voices in slow motion. My ribs felt like lead in my stomach. I didn't even taste the food anymore. I glanced at my mom, hoping, praying for some correction, some clarification, but she just nodded proudly at Derek like he really had been the one writing the checks every month. That was the moment something cracked inside me. I didn't make a scene. I didn't stand up or slam my glass. I just quietly pulled out my phone and tapped into my banking app. I scrolled through the scheduled payments. 3 years' worth of monthly transactions. Each one like a reminder of how much I'd given without asking for anything in return. I canceled the automatic payments. I hovered for a second before hitting confirm. And as I looked up, my dad was still smiling at Derek. My mom was reaching for her phone to take a picture of him with the birthday cake. My brother was leaning back in his chair like he owned the whole backyard. They didn't notice the shift. Not yet, but they would. Oh, they would. And that was just the beginning. I didn't sleep that night. After the dinner, I drove home in silence. No music, no podcast. Just the sound of my turn signal blinking in the dark like it was ticking down to something bigger. I kept replaying the moment in my head. My dad toasting Derek, the smirk, the clapping. My hand stayed clenched on the steering wheel long after I pulled into my apartment parking lot. Part of me wanted to believe it was a misunderstanding. Maybe my parents had forgotten. Maybe they thought Derek was helping in some other way, fixing things around the house, buying groceries. But deep down, I knew better. This wasn't some mix-up. This was a story they had allowed to grow, maybe even encouraged. They built a version of reality that made them feel good, and I'd been too quiet for too long to challenge it. The next morning, I checked the mortgage portal. Sure enough, the payment I'd canceled showed as scheduled failure. The bank would probably call them in a couple of days. Maybe they'd think it was a fluke. Maybe they'd call me and ask what was going on. But I didn't wait. Instead, I took the day off work and started putting things in motion. There was a paper trail for everything. Every mortgage payment tied directly to my account. Every receipt for home repairs, the fridge invoice, the new tires. I printed everything and organized it in a folder. Not because I wanted revenge, not yet anyway, but because I needed to remind myself I wasn't crazy. That I had done all those things. That I wasn't just some forgotten side character in my own family. 3 days later, the phone call came. "Hey," my dad said casually, like we talked every day. "We just got a weird message from the bank. Said the mortgage payment didn't go through. You know anything about that?" I paused. "Yeah," I said. "I canceled it." There was a long silence. "Why would you do that?" he asked with this edge in his voice, like I'd stolen his wallet. "Because I'm tired, Dad. Tired of being invisible." "What are you talking about?" "You stood up and gave a toast to Derek," I said, keeping my tone flat. "You thanked him for paying the mortgage. He's never paid a cent. I've been covering it for 3 years. And you acted like I didn't exist." Another pause, then a snort. "You're being sensitive." That hit harder than I expected. I laughed. Not because it was funny, but because it confirmed everything I already knew. "I'm being sensitive?" I asked. "I've given you tens of thousands of dollars. Never asked for anything in return. And you hand all the credit to the guy who still lives in your basement and plays poker with your money. He's trying his best," my dad snapped. "Then maybe he can try paying the next mortgage bill." I hung up before he could answer. It wasn't long before my mom called. She didn't yell. She rarely did, but she slipped into that soft, disappointed tone she reserved for when she wanted to guilt me. "We didn't mean anything by it, Adrian. It was just a toast." "Mom," I said, "do you realize no one at that table even knew I was the one paying for the house?" She was quiet. "You let them believe it. You let them believe it." More silence. Then, "We didn't think it mattered to you." That stung in a way I can't fully explain. I told myself for years that I didn't need recognition, that doing the right thing was enough. But it did matter. It mattered that my own family was comfortable rewriting reality as long as it made them look better. It mattered that I had been cast aside so easily in favor of the golden boy with the winning smile and empty wallet. "I'm not mad about the toast," I told her. "I'm mad that you saw what I was doing for years and still let them give the credit to someone else." "Well, what do you want us to do now?" she asked with this hint of exasperation, like I was the one making things difficult. I didn't answer because I wasn't sure yet. But that night, I went over every single financial contribution I'd made to that household. The mortgage, the car tires, the refrigerator, the 2 surprise utility payments when they were on the verge of being shut off. It was over 50 grand all told. I thought about walking away, just cutting them off, letting them figure it out. But something inside me, something cold, tired, and deeply fed up, whispered that walking away wouldn't be enough. Not this time. They had rewritten history, so I decided to rewrite the future. The first step, that folder I'd made with all the receipts and proof. I scanned it all, turned it into a digital PDF, and sent it anonymously to every extended family member who'd been at that dinner. Aunts, uncles, cousins. The subject line was simple. For the record. I didn't attach a name, just the documents clearly showing my bank account making the monthly payments. Each page with a date, amount, and confirmation number. There was even a copy of a handwritten thank you note from my mom from the first month I started helping. A note she probably forgot ever existed. And then I waited. It didn't take long. Within hours, I got a text from my cousin Maria. I had no idea. Are you okay? Then Uncle Ray called and said, Hey, I just saw that email. Was that really you paying the mortgage? Word spread fast. And then finally Derek called. I let it go to voicemail. His message, Hey man, not sure what that was all about, but it's kind of low-to-air family stuff like that. You could have just talked to us. I didn't respond because I wasn't finished yet. That was just phase 1. And the real damage came at the next family gathering, when the spotlight finally turned not on Derek's accomplishments, but on my silence and how loudly it now spoke. The next family gathering came sooner than I expected. My cousin Andrew was turning 30, and his wife threw a big dinner at a local restaurant. One of those places with dim lighting, white tablecloths, and waiters who look like they hate their jobs in a really elegant way. It wasn't technically a family-only event, but word had spread that most of us would be there. I debated not showing up at all, but Maria, bless her heart, called me the night before and said, Please come, Adrian. You don't have to say anything. Just show up. So I did. When I walked in, the room went quiet for a second. Not movie-level silent, but enough for me to feel it. A few heads turned. Some people gave me polite nods. Others, like my Aunt Denise, just looked away and pretended to be deeply interested in the breadbasket. I took a seat at the far end of the table. Derek was already there, of course, right in the middle of the action, laughing loudly at some story he was telling about his crypto venture and how it was about to blow up. He wore a blazer, no tie, top button undone, like he thought he was auditioning for Shark Tank. He glanced at me once, just once, and then kept talking like nothing had happened. My parents arrived a little late. My mom gave me a small nod, one of those tight, neutral expressions that said, We're not ready to talk about this. My dad didn't look at me at all. Dinner was tense. People made small talk. The waiter came around, took drink orders, then meal orders. We all ate our food like we were performing a play, acting out the roles of happy family members who weren't thinking about the email that had gone out days earlier. The one that pulled back the curtain. Then, about halfway through dessert, Maria stood up and tapped her glass with a spoon. Sorry, she said. Can I just say something real quick before we all get too tipsy? The room turned toward her. I just want to thank everyone for coming, she smiled. And I especially want to thank the people who show up, not just today, but consistently. The ones who help behind the scenes, the ones who don't need a spotlight to make a difference. She turned her eyes toward me. I think we forget sometimes who really holds things together. There was a pause, a weight in the air. She didn't say my name. She didn't have to. Everyone knew. I didn't smile. I didn't cry. I just sat there and picked at the edge of my napkin, suddenly very aware of my own breathing. Then Uncle Ray, the same one who'd clapped so loudly during my dad's toast for Derek, raised his glass toward me and said, Here's to Adrian. And one by one, the rest of the table followed. Some with awkward glances, some with guilt in their eyes, even a few with quiet pride. But not Derek. He didn't lift his glass. He just leaned back in his chair and said, So what? We're giving out awards now for paying bills. The silence that followed was brutal. Even his girlfriend, a new one, I think her name was Cassie, looked uncomfortable. She glanced at him like she was seeing him clearly for the first time. Derek laughed awkwardly. Come on, guys. It's not like Adrian did it out of the kindness of his heart. He probably wanted to control them. My mom flinched. My dad finally looked at me. Really looked. For the first time since that dinner. You're unbelievable, Maria said quietly. No, Derek shot back. You're all unbelievable. Treating me like a villain because I didn't spend every paycheck on someone else's problems. Newsflash. I never asked him to do that. You didn't have to, I said, finally speaking up. My voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the room like a blade. You just took the credit. Derek's eyes narrowed. And what? You want applause? A trophy? I shook my head. No, I just wanted the truth. He scoffed. Whatever, man. You're acting like some martyr. No, I said again. I'm acting like someone who's done being used. There was a beat of silence. Then I stood up, placed my napkin on the table, and walked out. I didn't look back. Outside, the air was cool and quiet. I stood there for a few minutes, watching the streetlights blink across the windshield of my car. My hands were shaking a little, not with anger, but something else. Something like release. The next morning, things started unraveling fast. Maria told me later that after I left, Derek went off, accused me of embarrassing the family, tried to spin the entire thing into a pity play, claimed he'd been left out and misunderstood. But people weren't buying it anymore. The facts were too clear, the paper trail too solid. And then came the second crack. My dad showed up at my apartment 2 days later. No call, no text, just a knock on the door. When I opened it, he was standing there in a plain sweatshirt and jeans, hands shoved in his pockets, looking smaller than I remembered. He didn't ask to come in. He just said, "You still got that folder?" I didn't say anything, just stepped aside and let him in. He sat on the edge of the couch like a man preparing for a verdict. "I didn't know," he said quietly. "You didn't want to know." He nodded. There was something hollow in his expression, like he was finally seeing what he'd refused to see for years. "I let your mom handle the finances. I just assumed." He trailed off. "Dad," I said, "you made a toast." "I know. To the wrong son." He rubbed his face with both hands, then looked at me, really looked and said, "I'm sorry. It should have felt satisfying, but it didn't. Not really. Not yet." Because one apology couldn't erase 3 years of silence, of being overlooked, of being rewritten out of my own story. And the real apology would come at a much bigger table. One I planned to set myself. I didn't plan the final act out of spite. I didn't even plan it for revenge. At least that's what I told myself at first. What I really wanted deep down was clarity, closure. Not the kind that gets served on a warm plate with polite conversation and tight hugs. No, I wanted the kind of closure that leaves no doubt. No room for twisted versions. No alternate stories passed around the family like some old tale that shifts with each telling. I wanted them to know the truth and to sit in it. Took me 3 weeks to organize everything. It started with a simple group email, the kind my mom used to send when she was planning a Thanksgiving potluck or reminding everyone about Cousin Hannah's graduation. I even used the same subject line format, family update. Important. The body of the email was short and polite. "Hi everyone. I'd like to host a family dinner next Saturday at my place. I've arranged catering, so don't worry about bringing anything. Just bring yourselves. I hope to see you there, Adrian." I didn't hint at what it was about. No drama, no bait, just a dinner. Some people were suspicious. I got a few texts like, "Is this about Derek? And should we expect something?" I didn't answer those. Let the silence do the work. Curiosity is a powerful tool. When Saturday came, the weather was cool but clear. I'd rented out the rooftop garden space in my building. A quiet, private area with enough room for 20 people and a gorgeous view of the city skyline. I hired a small catering team. Nothing too fancy, just enough to make the night feel deliberate, purposeful. They started arriving around 6 o'clock. First Maria and her husband, then Aunt Denise, then Uncle Ray and his wife. A few cousins showed up together. My mom came alone, which surprised me. Then came Derek, of course, 10 minutes late, wearing sunglasses on his head and that same smug expression that had once fooled everyone. And finally, my dad. He looked different, like a man still figuring out how to carry the weight of his own mistakes. I waited until everyone had eaten. Let the wine pour, the food settle, the conversations warm. For a moment, it almost felt like old times, almost. Then I stood up and tapped my glass with a spoon. "Thanks for coming," I said, and the room quieted instantly. I know this was unexpected, but I've been thinking about something for a while now, and I realized that if I didn't say this, I'd regret it. I took a breath. 3 years ago, when Dad lost his job, I started covering the mortgage on the house. Every single month, quietly. I didn't tell anyone because I didn't think I had to. I figured it was just what you do for family. A few people nodded, a few froze, but at Dad's birthday dinner, something happened. He gave a toast, thanked Derek for keeping the house afloat, and no one corrected him. I glanced at Derek. He was staring at me, arms folded, and for a while, I let it go. I told myself it didn't matter, that I didn't need recognition. But here's the truth. It did matter. Not because I wanted praise, but because I wanted honesty. I wanted to believe that doing the right thing still meant something. My mom looked down at her hands. My dad was still a stone. I reached into the folder I'd placed by my chair and pulled out the stack of printed documents. Here's the payment history, my bank account, the transfer receipts, everything. I didn't pass them around, just set them on the table. I sent a digital copy to some of you weeks ago. I wanted you to see it for yourselves. Then I turned directly to Derek. And Derek, you let them believe it was you. You let them call you the hero. You soaked it in. And you never once corrected them. He snorted. So what is this? A public shaming? You want me to grovel? No, I said. I want you to leave. The room went completely silent. What? He scoffed, half laughing. You don't get to be here anymore. Not in my home. Not in my space. You took advantage of everyone's silence, including mine. And you haven't earned a seat at this table. He stood up sharply. You think you can just erase me? You erased yourself, Maria muttered from across the table. Derek looked around. No one met his gaze. Not even my mother. You're all seriously doing this? He asked. No one spoke. So he grabbed his jacket and walked out. No goodbye. No look back. And just like that, he was gone. I turned back to the table. I'm not doing this to create division, but I won't stay quiet anymore just to keep things comfortable. I've spent too long pretending everything's fine. It's not, and it won't be until people are willing to tell the truth. My dad cleared his throat. I owe you more than an apology, he said. I owe you years. He stood up, walked to where I stood, and for the first time in my life, held out his hand like a man to another man. I shook it, not because everything was fixed, but because something had shifted. After everyone left that night, my mom stayed behind. She didn't say much, just helped clean up a few things in silence. Before she left, she touched my arm and said, I saw everything. I just didn't want to believe it. I nodded. That's the problem, I said. You didn't want to. She looked like she wanted to say more, but instead, she just nodded once, then left. It wasn't a happy ending. Not exactly, but it was an honest one. In the weeks that followed, things began to realign. Slowly, some family members reached out and apologized. A few confessed they'd suspected something all along but didn't want to stir the pot. Derek moved out of my parents' house or was asked to. I never asked which. I heard he tried spinning a version of the story to some friends online, but it didn't stick. The receipts were too public. Now, as for my parents, we're still figuring it out. I don't cover their mortgage anymore. They refinanced, and my dad picked up part-time work at a hardware store while he gets back on his feet. My mom took over budgeting. They never asked me to restart the payments. And honestly, that's how it should be. I'm not the hero. I'm not the victim either. I'm just someone who got tired of being erased. And now I make sure my voice is heard. Now on to the next story. Story 8. Parents cut me off and called me cheap because I used to babysit my sister's children and gave them little money. I shocked everyone when I stopped being kind and said, "You're not our son if you don't help your sister." The words echoed in my head, but instead of hurting me like they were supposed to, I just felt nothing. No sadness, no guilt, just clarity. 3 years. 3 years of sacrificing my money, my time, and my energy for them. 3 years of babysitting my sister's kids every time she and her husband decided they deserved another luxury vacation. 3 years of paying for things they should have done on their own, paying bills, lending money, fixing their problems because family helps family. And in those 3 years, I spent thousands trying to be a good son and a good brother, but it was never enough. No matter what I did, my parents still worshiped Jessica, the golden child, the fave, the one who did nothing but take. She only called when she needed something, and every time my parents bent over backwards to make sure she got it. And now that I had finally said no, they were ready to cut me off as if I were the problem. It started like it always did with a phone call from my mother. At first, she acted like she was just checking in, but I knew better. It didn't take long for her to get to the real reason. "Jessica and Mark are going on vacation," she said. "Just a little trip, nothing big. But they need someone to watch the kids, and obviously you're the best choice." She said it like it was a done deal. I was already shaking my head. "Mom, I can't. I have work. I have—" "Oh, stop it, Brian." She cut me off. "What work? You're young, you don't have a family, you have all the time in the world, right?" Because my time didn't matter to her. I wasn't married, so I didn't have any real responsibilities. I wasn't allowed to have a life of my own. I was just there to fill in the gaps when Jessica couldn't be bothered to take care of her own kids. "Mom, I'd been doing this for years. I'm done," I said firmly. There was silence, then my father got on the phone. That was never a good sign. "You won't help your sister after all she's done for you?" It almost made me laugh. Jessica had never done a damn thing for me in her life. She never helped me move, never loaned me $1 when I needed it, never even called to check in unless she needed something. Meanwhile, I paid my parents' overdue bills, covered Jessica's sudden emergencies, and even fixed my dad's car when he didn't have the money. And somehow I was the selfish one. "Jessica said she asked you for money for the kids last month and you barely gave her anything," my mother said. That's when I realized what this was really about. I had been taking care of my sister's kids for free for years, and then a month ago, she had the audacity to ask me for money claiming it was for the kids. Meanwhile, she and Mark had just bought new designer bags, gone out to expensive restaurants, and were planning another vacation. I knew exactly where the money was going. "Mom, Jessica, and Mark make a lot more money than I do," I said. "They just waste it instead of taking care of their responsibilities." My dad scoffed. "So? It's their money. If you really cared about your niece and nephew, you'd help." I felt my blood boil. I had spent thousands of dollars to help them. Thousands. I had given up weekends, canceled plans, adjusted my whole life around their needs, and it was never enough. I clenched my jaw. I said, "No." That's when my dad dropped the bomb. "If you don't support your sister, you're not our son." For a second, I just stood there, letting the words sink in. Then, something inside me cracked. I expected to feel crushed. I expected to feel betrayed. But instead, I felt relieved. I took a slow breath and said the words that would change everything. "Fine, then. I guess I'm not your son." And I hung up. I knew this wasn't over. My parents weren't going to let go that easily. But for the first time in my life, I was ready. The silence after I hung up was deafening. No one called me back. No frantic texts. No guilty voicemails. Nothing. For a moment, I thought maybe they finally got the message. I should have known better. The next morning, I woke up to dozens of missed calls and texts. Not just from my parents, but from my extended family. My aunt, my uncle, even my grandmother. They all said the same thing. "What have you done to your mother? She's crying, Brian. Fix it. Family helps family. Don't be selfish." And then one from Jessica. "Do you really think you're the victim? After everything we've done for you? You're a pathetic, selfish loser." I hope it was worth it. I stared at my phone, feeling a strange mixture of anger and amusement. All they did for me? Was this a joke? Jessica, who had used my parents like an ATM and treated me like free labor, was now making me out to be the bad guy. And my parents, instead of defending me, had run to the rest of the family to turn them against me. It was pathetic. I ignored the messages and went to work, trying to focus, but something in my gut told me this wasn't over. I was right. That night, my landlord called. "Hey, Brian. Sorry to bother you, but your dad called the office earlier." I blinked. My dad called? Why? The landlord hesitated. He said you were moving out and wanted to cancel your lease." I almost dropped my phone. "What? I never—" "Yeah, I figured. That's why I wanted to check with you first." I felt a wave of cold anger wash over me. My dad was trying to get me kicked out of my apartment. I shouldn't have been surprised, but I was. I thanked my landlord for checking first and immediately called my dad. He picked up the phone on the second ring, as if he had been expecting me. "You need to come home," he said, as if nothing had happened. I laughed bitterly. "Is that why you tried to get me kicked out? You're crazy. We're not going to let you leave your family because of a temper tantrum," he said. "Pack your things. You're moving back here to help." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. They actually thought they could force me back into their house, that they could control me like they always had. Then I realized something else. They weren't just trying to get me back. They were trying to make sure I had no choice. If I lost my apartment, I'd have nowhere to go but to them. They thought they could break me. I took a deep breath. "I don't think you understand, Dad. I'm done. Done forever. You're overreacting. No, you did this. You told me I wasn't your son. You tried to ruin my life to force me back. We're done." And then, before he could say another word, I hung up on him. I blocked his number, then I blocked my mom's, then Jessica's. And for the first time in 3 years, I felt completely free. I thought that was the end of it, but a week later, I got a message from an unexpected source. Jessica's husband, Mark. "I know you blocked Jess, but I need to talk to you. Please." I hesitated. Mark had never really liked me, and we rarely talked unless it was about Jessica. Why was he reaching out now? Curious, I called him back. He sighed. "Look, man, I just wanted to say that I understand. I know how Jessica and your parents treat you, and you're not wrong to leave." I didn't know what to say. Then, "Why are you texting me?" There was a long pause. Then he dropped a bomb I never saw coming. "Because I think I'm about to do the same thing." I sat there, clutching my phone. Did I hear that right? Mark, my sister's husband, was thinking of leaving? I had never seen him as anything but Jessica's spineless sidekick. He followed her around, financed her lifestyle, and never once stood up to her. Now all of a sudden he wanted to talk? "What do you mean?" I finally asked. Mark sighed. I think I'm done, Brian. I can't do this anymore." I still wasn't convinced that this wasn't a trap. "Why are you telling me this?" He hesitated. "Because I know what you've been up against. Your parents, Jessica. They always treated you like garbage, and I never said anything. I should have. I didn't answer. I kept my mouth shut because it was easier," he admitted. "But now I see it for myself. The way Jessica spends, the way she treats people. She doesn't care about anyone but herself. And her parents? They let her get away with everything." I raised an eyebrow. "So what changed?" Another pause. Then he dropped the first bombshell. "She maxed out my credit cards behind my back. All of them." I blinked. "What?" "She spent over 20 grand in 1 month. Luxury bags, spa days, first-class flights for the next trip. None of it for the kids. Then she had the audacity to ask your parents for more money when I confronted her. I shouldn't have been surprised, that was so Jessica. But to hear it from Mark? That was new. And they gave it to her, didn't they?" I guessed. He laughed bitterly. "Of course they did. But that's not even the worst of it." I leaned forward. "Oh, this should be good." Mark took a deep breath. "Your dad pulled me aside and told me to be grateful that Jessica was spending my money." I almost choked. "Excuse me?" He said a real man provides for his family without complaining. Like I'm some kind of walking purse. I shook my head. This was unbelievable. My parents had spent years drumming into me that I had to help my sister, that family takes care of family. But the second the roles were reversed, suddenly Mark was supposed to just shut up and pay. I chuckled. Welcome to my life. Mark sighed. I don't know what to do, man. I love my kids, but I don't know how much longer I can put up with Jessica's crap. I thought for a moment, then I asked the one question that was in the back of my mind. Does she know you're talking to me? Silence. Then he said, no. And if she finds out, she'll lose it. Of course she would. Jessica hated people going against her. That's when I had an idea. Something so small but so perfect. You want to get out, right? I said slowly. Well, what if we both go out with a bang? Mark hesitated. I'm listening. And that's when I told him my plan. A plan that would destroy the golden child illusion once and for all. Mark sighed on the phone. Okay, let's say I do this. Let's say I send them proof of what she did. Do you really think they'll believe it? I grinned. They might not want to, but they won't be able to ignore it. Jessica's gotten away with it for years because she's been careful. She keeps up the act. The loving daughter, the struggling mother. But if we rip the mask off, she won't be able to put it back on. Mark hesitated. What do you want me to do? Go through her bank statements. Find everything. Every luxury charge, every ridiculous purchase. Screenshot them. Make sure our parents can see exactly where their precious daughter's money is going. Mark was silent for a moment. Then I heard typing in the background. She really thought I wouldn't notice. Jesus. She spent $6,000 on a spa and another $3,000 on handbags? Are you kidding me? I chuckled. She never thought you'd leave. She thought you'd just suck it up like I did for years. Mark exhaled. Fine. I'll send it to her. But I already know what's going to happen. They'll apologize for her. Not if you phrase it right, I said. Tell them you're drowning in debt because of her, that you don't know how you're going to support the kids, that you're thinking of leaving. If nothing else, they'll panic. There was a long pause. Then finally Mark said, all right, it's sent. Now we waited. It didn't take long. 20 minutes later, my phone exploded with notifications. I checked my messages and almost laughed out loud. Mom, Brian, what did you say to Mark? Jessica is in tears. Dad, call me now. Jessica. You piece of expletive. I know this was your idea. Stay out of my life. I called Mark back. Well, that was fast. He laughed. Dude, she's losing her mind. She just stormed into the living room screaming at me. She tried to grab my phone and demanded to know who I was running to. I shook my head, classic Jessica. And what did you say? I told her I was tired of being treated like a wallet, that I was tired of covering for her. And then, get this. She said it was my fault for not making more money. I actually burst out laughing. Oh my God. Yeah. And when I didn't back down, she called your parents and started sobbing about how I was turning against her. I could practically see it in my mind. Jessica pretending to cry to my parents, knowing they'd jump to her defense. What did they say? Oh, the usual. My job as a husband is to support her. She deserves nice things. How dare I make her feel bad about how she treats herself? I rolled my eyes. And did you remind her that she stole from you? Oh, I tried. But you know how they are. They just kept saying that I should be grateful that she even lets me handle the finances. I shook my head. Unbelievable. But that was exactly what I expected. My parents would never believe the truth no matter how much evidence we had, which meant it was time for the next part of the plan. Jessica thrived on control. She needed to make sure people saw her a certain way. Adored, innocent, perfect. So what happened when she lost that control? She imploded. Mark sighed. She's threatening to take the kids and leave if I don't start acting like a real man. I raised an eyebrow. You think she means it? He let out a dry laugh. No. She's never had to fend for herself a day in her life. She needs me. Then call her bluff, I said. Tell her to go pack her bags for her. You're enjoying this too much. I spent 5 years babysitting while she was off getting massages. Forgive me if I'm having a little fun. Mark sighed again. Fine. Let's see how she takes it. A few minutes later, I got another text message. Mark, holy expletive. She just threw my laptop at the wall. I grinned. Now we were getting somewhere. I stared at my phone and read Mark's message again. She just threw my laptop against the wall. Well, that escalated quickly. Mark called me immediately. Dude, I think I just cracked her brain. I leaned back. What happened? She kept screaming about how I was ruining her life, how I was cheating on her. And I just stood there. I didn't yell. I didn't argue. I just told her, go ahead. Leave. I grinned and she lost it. She started throwing things. First my laptop, then her shoes, then a picture frame. She's pacing the house, calling my parents, calling her friends, trying to get someone to take her side. I could already see how this was going to go. And are they? Oh, hell no. I heard my mom on the phone trying to calm her down, but Jessica was just sobbing and saying, nobody loves me. Everyone's turning against me. I rolled my eyes, classic guilt trip. The best part? When I asked her how she was going to leave without my money, she screamed that she'd go to your parents for support. I actually laughed out loud. Oh, this is going to be hilarious. Jessica may have been our parents' favorite, but there was one thing they hated: being financially responsible for someone else. They were willing to let me bleed for her, and they expected Mark to fund her lifestyle, but the second she turned to them for money, they'd panic. And I was right. An hour later, I got another text message, this time from my mom. Brian, your sister is in crisis. Fix this. I almost choked on my drink. Fix this? Like I was responsible for her breakdown? I ignored it, but then Mark called again, laughing hysterically. Dude, Jessica just called your parents and asked them to pay her credit card bills. I grinned. And they freaked out? I could just picture it. Jessica crying about how Mark was dumping her, expecting our parents to step in, and then they realized how expensive she really was. Mark went on, barely holding back laughter. Your dad started yelling about how she needed to live within her means and stop acting like a spoiled brat. I raised an eyebrow. He said that? The same man who told me I was not his son for not giving her money. Yep. The second his wallet was on the line, everything changed. It was poetic justice. The golden child was suddenly too expensive to maintain, and our parents hated her. Then, Mark said something that almost made me drop my phone. Jessica just ran out of the house screaming that she was coming to your apartment. I sat up. She what? Less than 20 minutes later, there was a loud banging outside my apartment. I already knew who it was. I took my time opening the door. When I finally did, there was Jessica. Mascara streaked down her face, breathing heavily, eyes wild. You did this, she hissed. I leaned against the door frame. Did what? Stop being your babysitter? Refuse to pay for your vacation? Remind Mark he's not your personal bank. She gritted her teeth. You turned my own husband against me. I laughed. No, you did that. I just helped him see the truth. Her hands clenched into fists. Mom and Dad are mad at me. Oh, you mean because you expected them to cover up your nonsense? Welcome to my world. She looked as if she wanted to slap me. You ruined everything. No, Jessica. You did. I crossed my arms. So why are you here? She stared at me, then took a deep breath. I need you to fix this. I blinked. Fix what? Talk to Mark. Make him stay. I actually laughed. No. Her face twisted in anger. You're my brother. You're supposed to help me. I shook my head. I have helped for years, but you never appreciated it. You treated me like garbage while our parents worshipped you. Now, for the first time, you have to deal with the consequences of your own actions. She just stood there shaking. Then, in the softest voice I'd ever heard her use, she whispered, I don't know what to do. For a brief second, I saw something I'd never seen before, real fear. Jessica had never been alone. She always had someone to clean up her messes. First our parents, then Mark, then me. And now she had no one. I took a slow breath. Figure it out then. I slammed the door in her face. Jessica stood outside my door for a long time after I closed it in her face. I could hear her breathing, shifting from foot to foot, probably waiting for me to open it again. I didn't. Finally, she left, and that was the last time I spoke to her. Mark left her, not right away but within a month. The bank statements, the credit card debt, the total lack of remorse. He had finally seen her for what she was. She tried every trick in the book to keep him, crying, yelling, threatening to take the kids and ruin his life, but Mark was done. He got a lawyer, filed for divorce, and fought for custody. And the crazy thing? He won. Jessica had no job, no savings, no responsibility. When the court saw how much money she had burned through while neglecting her children, they gave Mark primary custody. She got visitation, but her lavish lifestyle was gone. She tried to move back in with our parents, but they weren't as welcoming as she expected. You see, they were furious with her, not because of how she treated me or how she destroyed her marriage, no. They were angry because she expected them to pay for her mess. My dad flat out refused to pay her debt. My mother tried to be sympathetic at first, but even she grew tired of Jessica's constant begging for help. They still loved her more than they ever loved me, but for the first time, they saw her as a burden instead of their perfect daughter. Jessica finally had to get a real job. Last I heard, she was working in a retail store, miserable and bitter, still blaming everyone but herself for how things had turned out. My parents contacted me several times after everything happened. At first, it was the usual guilt trip. "We're a family, Brian. You can't just cut us off. You're being ridiculous. Jessica is struggling, you need to step up. You don't really mean that. Let's put this behind us." I ignored them. Then came the anger. "Fine. If you want to be selfish, stay out of our lives. Jessica was right. You're just a bitter, jealous loser. You'll regret this one day." No, I wouldn't. I changed my number, moved apartments, and have never looked back. It's been 2 years since I cut her off. And you know what? I have never been happier. For the first time in my life, I'm spending money on myself. No more paying other people's bills, no more babysitting, no more guilt-tripping myself into sacrificing everything for a family that never appreciated me. I have real friends now, people who respect me, people who don't treat me like a walking ATM or a free babysitter. And my family? They're nothing more than a story I tell sometimes. Jessica is struggling, my parents are still trying to work out their issues, and Mark, he's doing great. We don't talk much, but he sends me updates every once in a while. His kids are happy, he's rebuilding his life. And me? I don't care what happens to them. I spent years breaking my back for people who never gave a damn about me, and now they can figure it out for themselves. We have reached the end. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this, and give us your thoughts about the stories in the comments section. Thank you and see you in the next video.